Alright guys, BLM here, back with a new live stream, and yeah, we got a lot of reality TV stuff to talk about, so yeah, we'll do that in a second. Yeah, we're going to finish Walking Dead Season 2, start New Frontier, I would assume. Technically with the VOD, I'm probably just going to name it New Frontier Part 1, because there's not enough characters, but whatever. So yeah, obviously we got a lot of reality TV stuff to talk about. I'm just trying to get back into the game real quick. We were like halfway through episode 5. But yeah, again, BB Can. We got the Final 4 eviction. We got Survivor 42, the latest episode, which, and then we got The Circle, which is also kind of but whatever. Also got my new laptop. So that is a thing I'm currently using right now too. So again, quite a bit. Today was quite a busy day for me. Most of the day was either watching reality TV and taking notes on it, or getting a whole bunch of programs downloaded and all that other shit. But yeah, BB Can, Kevin did it. Yeah. I had faith. Like in the last stream, but I will say that the edit did kind of trick me. I did expect from watching the edit, like from the Monday episode and even the beginning of this episode, I was thinking, I think Kevin's a goner. It really felt like this was like the swan song for Kevin, but then he does pull it out, kind of. I mean, like, to be fair, it doesn't seem like Kevin did that much to actually save himself here. It seemed like more so a perception. I mean, like, part of it is like, yeah, you can credit Kevin with like downplaying his threat level. That is something that you can credit him for. But like, realistically, it seems like the comp ability was more of a thing, which is like something that was out of his control, where it was really just Kevin genuinely sucking at the comps. But yeah, I again, still happy Kevin made it through, and he has a chance here. He has a real big chance here because, like, obviously Josh is going to win one of the parts. Like, obviously, more than likely part 1. The thing is, if he faces off against Betty in part 2, like, he's like almost surely going to win, right? Because like part 2 is usually like in the style of this like Final 4 veto, which is a comp that Betty is typically not good at. I mean, she's like both the previous 2 videos, she's completely sucked at. So Kevin definitely has a big chance at winning part 2. And at that point, it's down to the final HOH comp, which if the answers are too easy, both of them have a very good chance there. And it'll just really come down to luck on the tiebreaker. If they are like genuine difficult questions, I do worry for Kevin a bit because Josh does seem very well studied and Kevin does seem to drop the ball a bit, but still, pretty excited to see Kevin make the finale here. Definitely excited to see if he'll win. Will be a very interesting win. Yeah, okay, we got a lot to talk about. What else we got? What do you think of Survivor episode? I found this episode so boring again. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm just not clicking with this season at this point. I really just don't care about this season. Like, I don't know. Like, it's just, to me, it's like, I just don't find the gameplay on this season interesting at all. Like, 42 is just not clicking with me. I really think at this point I'm getting further and further into, like, I just don't care about this season. Again, like, it had a good start. I feel like, even though, like, the gameplay was underwhelming, I feel like the change in editing and everything was, like, refreshing early on. But then, like, once we've gotten to the merge, it's just so dry to me. And, like, yeah, I think Omer was, like, the one saving grace of this episode. I thought Omer, tricking Mike and everything, fantastic content there. But outside of that, I mean, I thought it was so blatant how I was going home from so early on, where we literally start the episode with with Omer talking about how it's going to be his plan over these next 3 days to get high out or whatever. It's like, come on. Like, that was so obvious, and it's like, whatever. Like, I don't care. I will say at this point, again, it's either Omer or Marianne. Mike's out of it. It's a terrible episode for Mike. Like, this entire episode just completely undermined him. After, like, a previous episode also undermining him. Like, Mike's done. Like, no chance Mike's winning. To be honest, I move Mike even below Lindsay and Drea at this point. I have him like 5, I think, out of 7. Actually, did I put him? I think I might have even put him below Romeo.
Hey, I can make it.
I don't have my power ranking up. Either way, like really bad episode for him. Lindsay to me is getting this kind of like the like Allison from David vs. Goliath edit to me, where I feel like she's probably going to be a boot in the finale. Maybe like a Sierra Dawn Thomas is kind of a good example as well, of like a player that Sierra Dawn Thomas and Worlds Apart, that is like a very competent player, definitely someone that it could be a potential jury threat, but like not actually going to get to the end, and only starts to get credit, like strategic credit, towards like the very, very end of their run. Are there spoilers about parts 1 and 2 of the HOH? I mean, the thing is, like, how trustworthy are those spoilers anyway? But like, I personally don't mind seeing them, just because like I don't think there's much faith to put into them. Is it Betty and Josh? Well, then that's disappointing. But again, hopefully it's not the case. That would be cool. But to be fair, if Betty wins part 1, the game's over anyway. At that point, Josh is for sure winning part 2. Like, there's literally no hope anyway. So, I mean, really, that first comp is going to determine most of it anyway. Lindsay might be your first Survivor female crush. Well, then good for you. How likely is it that we're going to get Mike, Omer, Lindsay final 3? There's a chance. Like, I mean, I think if Omer wins, that's definitely a likely final 3, right? Or like maybe Omer, Marianne, Mike. The thing, I think Mike is a losing finalist at this point. I think that's become pretty clear after again, last episode and now this episode, both showing him burn jury votes. I think it's pretty clear that he's, and like also his edit very much fits into this like this trend that I don't know if it started with Ken McNichol, but that's like kind of where I started to like pick up on it, that like this person who gets a very strong what the fuck is up with the graphics there, but someone that gets a very strong pre-jury edit, but then their edit just like completely dunks on them in the post-merge, and like Brad Culpepper got a very similar edit as well, and I feel like Mike is in that sort of ballpark, and to be fair, Deshaun got that edit as well, but yeah, I feel like that's where we're heading with Mike at this point, where again, he's gotten like enough positive, complex content to make it seem like he's a finalist, but I think at this point he's definitely losing if he gets to the end. But yeah, what else we got? Do I think someone's going home from Do or Die? I hope not. I really hope not. Again, like, we really don't know. I'm trying to think, like, who would go home from Do or Die if someone were to go home? I was thinking it was Lindsay, but like her visibility spike here, it does make it seem less likely. It's like, maybe could it be Jonathan? I feel like people would be pissed by Jonathan still, like, even though like obviously like the stuff that happened last episode, and it felt like this episode was like kind of, I don't know if they were shielding them necessarily, but they just didn't show Jonathan that much. Whereas more, and it actually definitely was not shielding him, considering he got like really negative content early on. But like, he just wasn't that present. By the way, I love that I'm talking over Arvo getting beat up. Yeah, let him do it. Like, fuck Arvo. But yeah, what was I talking about? I already forgot what I was talking about. But either way, yeah, Survivor though. I think Marianne is more than likely at least going to get to the end with this edit. I mean, like, there's a chance she's still, like, won the next couple boots. But, like, I feel like Marianne, like, she keeps on getting this, like, pretty positive content in the post-merge here, with no real indication that she's going to be booted anytime soon. And now with her finding the idol and talking about how, like, oh, this idol is going to help me get to the end or something like that, like, I feel like she's probably at least getting to the end. The question is, like, does she have the respect to win a jury vote? And again, like, if it's Omer at the end with her, I think Omer for sure wins, right? Like, I really, I think that's where the game is going at this point, is that we're either getting to a scenario where Omer gets the end with, like, Mike and Marianne, which seems like the most likely outcome for Omar, to which he would win, or Marianne gets to the end without Omar and Marianne probably wins. Like, that's kind of where I see this season going. Thought High's boot, saw High's boot from a mile away. Yeah, I did too. That's why I hated this episode. I don't know. Again, I just feel like the editing, like, it's so weird because, like, I feel like the editing has been very strong in terms of its characterization of the players, but I feel like it's been very weak in terms of its portrayal of the gameplay. Where, again, like, I've been saying this, that I just don't feel the gameplay is super interesting. But I feel like a lot of that's because they're just really foreshowing all these results on all these episodes. And not even in a way that it's like, oh, it's me as someone that, like, really analyzed the edit. I feel like they're just blatantly just telling you that, okay, High is going home from, like, the first minute of the episode.
Look at you, kid.
I don't know. I'm very, I'm starting to get very low on this season the more time goes out. Well, I think of Helena being booted, I mean, I would rather Helena get booted than Kevin. I will say, when Kevin was pitching to Josh, and Josh was, like, getting emotional and everything, I did actually think there was a chance that he was going to use the veto on Kevin and take out Betty. I thought there was definitely a possibility of that. Would have been fantastic if that happened. Would have been hilarious, but obviously he doesn't. And to be fair, I mean, like, even in this scenario, at least with Kevin getting to 3, there at least opens up a possibility of him still winning the game. Because all he needs to do is win final HOH, he wins the game. Like, if he gets to the end, he wins at this point. I mean, maybe you can argue, okay, maybe Josh could, like, potentially get respect for, like, comping. Well, then he wouldn't even win the final comp at that point. So it's like, yeah, I mean, I feel like Kevin would for sure win if he gets to the end. I think the season's around Panama currently for you, which is bottom middle. I think that's probably where I would have it as well. Like, I don't think it's a bottom tier season. I don't think. Again, like, without me, like, truly analyzing it, but I would suspect it's, like, probably very bottom of the middle tier.
Feeling better?
Yeah, let's see. Would it be better if this season if we had a Crash Test Dummies Final 3? Yeah, I think that definitely would be my ideal Final 3. And at that point, like, I really wouldn't care what happens. I mean, if I'm too for actually, I think for Josh though, if Josh wins the season, I think this is definitely the better trajectory, right? Where, like, he does cut the Crash Test Dummies and does turn on them. Because, like, if Josh ends up being an idiot and goes to Final 3 with the Crash Test Dummies and then still wins from winning Final HOH, it's like, that's just, and then takes Helena and wins, like, that's just kind of an underwhelming outcome. I would rather it be in this situation where he's able to cut Helena at 4, or, like, cut one of them at 4 and then, like, go to the end with Betty. I feel like that would be a more satisfying win for Josh. But yeah, like, I'm not even counting Helena in this because, like, I don't think Helena had a chance to win in any scenario. Like, I don't think Helena wins. I don't think there's any way that Helena wins, really. Like, I can't imagine it. Like, it really would have to be against Betty, and that would have to be, like, where they really just, like, don't respect Betty at all. But it just seems like, from everything we've heard, Helena, like, cannot win a jury vote on this season. So it's like, Helena, like, getting to the end and winning, like, it doesn't matter. Like, that's not even, like, a situation I'm even, like, processing, because, like, it's not realistic. But yeah, I think for Kevin, it would have been more satisfying that, yeah, he convinced Josh to take out Betty at 4, and then he, like, wins Final HOH, or even Helena wins Final HOH and takes him, and then he wins. That's definitely the best outcome for Kevin, which is, like, not happening at this point. But, yeah, we'll see what ends up happening. Again, I think either Josh or Kevin winning at this point, I'm kind of happy. I would be more happy if a Kevin win, but, like, Josh winning is fine too. Betty at this point, I don't think is winning anyway, so it shouldn't matter. But there's definitely a chance against Josh, where, again, from the jury segment, it did seem like there was an anti-Josh sentiment. I don't think that's gonna stick. Because, again, like, was it Gino, Marty, and Jace are all very pro-Josh over Betty. So it's like, even if Herman, Moose, and Summer are anti-Josh, that's still 3-3 with Helena and Kevin probably leaning Josh to where Josh would win anyway. And even if, I mean, that's in the case that they are as bitter as what they're claiming to be, which I don't fully believe. To where I do think Moose and Herman are more likely to vote for Josh, especially if Josh wins out. I did not vote for Canada's jury vote, nor do I really care to. I mean, it doesn't really matter to me. I don't think it's going to matter.
Those rumors can't all be bunk.
Like, like in the scenario that I just played out with Josh and Betty, it's like Josh and Ray has 5 locked votes, pretty much. It doesn't matter what Canada votes. And then, was it Betty versus Kevin? Kevin should win near unanimously. Like, maybe she gets a sympathy vote from Summer, but, like, Kevin should get every other vote.
All right, turn it again.
And then, what are we doing? Then Kevin versus Josh, I think, could be closer, but not really, though. Like, really, again, like, Canada's vote here is really just a tiebreaker. That's really what it is. And to be fair, that's what any, like, individual vote is a tiebreaker in the case that it's a tie without that one specific vote. But, yeah, like, this vote's not going to matter. Like, I don't think it's going to matter. You think Kevin versus Betty is closer than Kevin versus Josh? I actually disagree with that, probably. Actually, I don't know. I think there are more there's more ways Betty can get votes. Actually, no, I still don't necessarily agree with that. Especially if Josh wins final HOH, I think that's going to play a factor. Where if Josh wins final HOH, like that essentially means Josh is like completely won out. He won the last 3 competitions all in a row. He won the triple eviction. The triple eviction HOH. It's like he won a lot of comps at the end, which is what Herman and Moose really respect. And while they are like anti Josh, like they seem to be anti Josh, I do feel like they are going to respect those comp wins. Now, I don't know if it'll matter against Kevin because they seem, well, at least Moose seems to respect Kevin like just all around. But like I still think that opens up a road for them to get votes. Where like I feel like against Betty, I cannot see Herman and Moose voting for Betty over Kevin, especially if Kevin wins final HOH and takes Betty to the end. I don't think that's a likely situation.
I got this, okay? Go on inside.
I think Canada will probably vote for Betty. I don't know. I mean, like, the thing is, like, I think Twitter obviously will vote for Betty over anybody. I don't know what the general fan base is looking at, though. Where, again, this is a fan base that voted Marty in week 3 to be saved. So it's like, I don't know where they're actually going to vote. Like, if we're taking the edit into consideration, it's like, yeah, I mean, like, I would probably lean Betty over Josh, but I don't think it's a for sure thing. Kevin isn't more interesting. Like, I do wonder what the general perception is on Kevin. Because, again, not 100% on that. Australian Star 2002 player ranking came out today, yeah, and that was something. I haven't paid attention, to be honest. I literally have not looked at how it's done, nor do I really care. It's probably like, what, number 9 of my last 10 videos? Yeah. 656 views, about a little bit over 100 behind my South Africa final juror ranking. It's like, whatever. I don't really care. Either way, it does, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I will say that I kind of disagreed with my own ranking by the time I finished editing it. I mean, not disagree with my ranking, but like I wish I went more in detail on Rob, where I feel like I could have gone a lot more in detail on, like, especially Rob's positioning, where like that's something I think I mentioned in my retrospective, but like I plan on going like much more in depth on it in the player ranking. And I just forgot to, like, talking about how Rob essentially wins the game by the time the merge, or by the time like the penultimate episode before the merge. And like that's like an insane like thing to happen, where like I don't know if that's ever happened at any other point in Survivor history. Mind you, a lot of that's because of how stagnant the gameplay was, but still, like, that is insane though. Okay, Bryce, I'll read your question. Was it figure out a way to get females to? Okay, I'm not even gonna bother reading. Yeah, I don't care. Josh versus Betty could be Jericho versus Tara. I don't know if it's like, I guess maybe, but not like I feel like even then Tara probably had more control over how the game played out than Betty did. This episode proved the point. The mistake was never about the round. Yeah, 100%. Like, the mistake that Kevin makes is not keeping Josh. The mistake is letting Josh know that he's expendable, and also letting Betty know how like strategic of a player he is, which causes her to go to Josh and tell him that, like, oh, Kevin's this mastermind. Oh yeah, I did get the new laptop. Yeah, that's currently what I'm reading chat on. Yeah, everything's fine. I really don't like Windows 11. That's a thing. Also, like, I have to get used to. So again, from my like before on my old laptop, I had old versions of Premiere and Photoshop. Okay, I didn't pay attention to that. Like, Clementine was smoking, but yeah, like I had old versions of Premiere and Photoshop that I've been using. But with this laptop not having a disk drive, I can't use like that version of Premiere and Photoshop anymore. So I had to either get the current version of Premiere and Photoshop, which is ridiculously expensive, or get Elements, which is like the cheaper version. And I decided to go, and that's a one-time payment, and I decided to go that route. However, it does lead to some annoyances with like the layout and like the fact that there's no dark mode, which is also really annoying. Like I don't like certain things about that I have to get used to, but I mean, it is what it is. I mean, that's what you get for not paying more. A nice laptop. It's better than my old one, but it's not a gaming laptop. Like, it's not one that I can like play like Elden Ring or anything on. But yeah, like I can't like run
I think people respect me.
like modern games or anything, but like it's fine enough. Again, for what I need it for, like it's like it's gonna work fine with like Premiere and like all that stuff. I can play older games. That's a thing. But yeah, it's not a top tier computer. It's not one that like, because like I always thought when I was gonna buy a new computer, I would go all out and get like a top tier like gaming laptop, but yeah, didn't really want to do that, especially because like money wise, it's probably not the most ideal timing for me right now. So it is what it is. Laptop could probably run Bug Snacks, maybe. I mean, why wouldn't I just play that on my PS5 though? Yeah, I guess whatever. Overwatch 2 is going to have a story mode. That's a thing. I mean, I'll probably still not really play it, if I'm being honest. Again, FPSs have never really been my thing. Where like even something like a Deathloop, which like I enjoyed Deathloop more than I expected to coming into it. But like even then, like it's still like number like 14 on my year in gaming video. I think it's 14, right? Something like that. But like I just don't like first person shooters that much. Oh yeah, I have finished Ozark. I did actually finish that a couple days ago.
I know Kenny's a nice guy.
Or was that was it yesterday? Am I being an idiot? No, it was 2 days ago. Yeah, I'm largely conflicted on it. Yeah, I don't know how to really feel about the ending. Like, I get it thematically, but I don't know if it's exactly how I would have wanted the show to end. But anyway, I did also watch all 4 episodes of The Circle this morning, which I'm kind of like on as well. It's fine. Like, it's not bad, but it's like it's more of The Circle. I feel like this is I feel like season 2 US was kind of the first point that I like really felt burnt out with The Circle. But like now coming into season 4 here, it really just feels like we're still doing the exact same show again, but the show isn't as good as like like again, the fundamental show of the Circle and the game of the Circle is not nearly as interesting as Big Brother or Survivor. And I feel like with Survivor and Big Brother, you can get away with doing the exact same game over and over again with different people, and it's fine. With the Circle, I feel like it's getting very redundant at this point. But I do like most of the cast. I don't love the Spice Girls. I mean, that's, yeah, whatever on that, I guess. But again, very much feels like that's essentially their gimmick for the season and how they get people to watch the show. But yeah, I'm not, like, I'm kind of just whatever on the Circle. I did watch it. I took notes. Yeah, I mean, I'll do a review, but I'm not feeling like overly negative or overly positive on it. This guy when Yuling with 6, yeah. I like Yuling. I mean, I like most of the people there. But again, a lot of them just feel like people we've seen before, like characters we've seen before.
4 people before we got him out.
I mean, you want me? Okay, spoiler for, like, minor spoilers for the Circle. Yeah, the actual Spice Girls are there. Or 2 of them are. It's Mel B and M something.
Didn't find out till later he was already bit.
Yeah, they're there as a twist, though, not real players.
The look on her face was sky, like she was watching a bird.
Yeah, oh yeah, I'm sorry, I keep on skipping. Yeah, the giraffe scene Last of Us 1 is a top 5 gaming moment to you. It's a great moment, and again, it very much works within the themes of The Last of Us to see this bright spot in this world that has been very dark and depressing up until that point.
But I tell you,
Who are the Spice Girls? I mean, you're.
How much food do we have?
I mean, who was on the show? Like, was there was someone on the show that didn't even know who the Spice Girls were, right? Or were they just? I feel like a lot of them were just pretending, though, right?
We should head back south.
But either way, it's a girl group from the '90s.
Was a bad one.
she's right.
What if we went back to house?
But yeah, it's essentially a twist, like kind of similar to what they did with that one celebrity from Circle UK season 2. I forgot his name, Richard something, right? But like they're like the Spice Girls are like brought in to play a catfish, and then at the end, before they leave, there's a vote between
Damn it, we don't have time.
the players where they have to guess who's being played by the Spice Girls, and if they get it, actually they have to get it wrong, right? Which is so fucking weird. I don't know why the fuck they're doing that. But either way, if they get it wrong, if enough people get it wrong, then the prize money goes up because that means the Spice Girls succeeded in their task, but it also means that so the players themselves suck so bad then. Like I don't even know why. Like it's such a weird twist. But it's also weird because they spoil that they're successful, right? Like they spoiled it in the commercial. Because in the commercial it's literally there. Oh, prize money's $150,000. When the entire point of this twist is oh, we're gonna raise the prize money by $50,000 if you get. It's so fucking dumb. They literally spoiled it in the fucking trailer, but whatever. It's not really like the Lance Bass twist because Lance Bass was a person genuinely playing the game as Lance Bass. The Spice Girls here are not playing as the Spice Girls; they're playing as someone else, but they are the Spice Girls and they're not actually in the game. I have seen some of the Challenge 38 rumors. I have not really paid too close attention recently, but I have seen that Amanda's not going to be on, which is disappointing, and that Josh is going to be on, and Tori's going to be on, which is whatever. Yeah, I haven't paid super close attention to the last couple days worth of news though. The reward scene made you emotional? Yeah, I didn't care. I really didn't care. Oh. Again, to me, this is essentially, obviously, this is the replacement of the family visit. This is essentially them doing the family visit, but just for the people that win reward. And yeah, I just did not care. I got nothing out of it.
scared of you.
Especially that, like, Lindsay is one of the people getting it, who is a person who's been, like,
They ought to be scared of more than
borderline invisible up until this point. Like, we knew nothing about Lindsay as a person up until this episode. It's so fucking weird that, like, she's one of the people that gets the reward. And we're supposed to care about her at this point.
Clem, think about Rebecca and Alvin. I mean, what if
Big week for reality TV next week. Yeah, we got a lot. Sometimes even this week was a lot. I mean, thank God fucking Big Brother's ending. But, Big Brother Canada. But yeah, like next week we got BBAU, Challenge All-Stars. Starting, we got Survivor 42 obviously still going, and then The Circle. So, a lot. If you want to do on The Circle, you know how to decorate a cake. Yeah, I love how, like it's so dumb that this is like a constant task that they continue to do. Like to where you're like, yeah, like do you have to practice your cake making skills at this point before going on The Circle? If you're playing a catfish, I guess.
I mean, what's the point of going on after that?
Have you seen the rumors of a Survivor Big Brother season this winter? I've not. Is that really a thing?
Look, I know Wellington might be bullshit.
Let's see.
There's smoke, there's fire. Krista heard about it too, right? You know,
not gonna lie, when I heard "I love you," thought it was revealed that Lindsay was a lesbian. Well, that's kind of random.
you sat down next to me.
I mean, to me, like I barely like. Lindsay's was like what, from her parents and her sister, right? Like I feel like I barely even remember like the actual personal content there from her. I mean, actually, really, they did blow through a lot of, like, outside of Mike. Like, I feel like they did give a bit more of a highlight on Mike, because, like, Mike was the one narrating the scene and everything. But, like, yeah, they didn't really focus that much on, like, Lindsay and Omer.
I knew I could count on you, Clem. Look,
TV Talk with Tom talked about it. Well, that's something. Tracy and Renan got called. I knew Tracy got called. I did not know about Renan, which is, like, why, but whatever. I mean, like, too fair. It's like we barely saw him. For all I know, he's a fucking like amazing character. But yeah, he definitely was not the most interesting on his one appearance. I'm trying to look up the Reddit thread, see what they say there. So yeah, likely Tori Dio, Corey Lay, Josh Martinez. I'm fine with that. I'll say a lot of possibilities. Oh, Missy's in the running. That's a thing. Okay, list of unlikely people. Like, no one that's like that. Berna is surprising. I did see that earlier, too. I forgot about that. But yeah, that Berna is not going to be there. That's a bit surprising to me. Because, again, I feel like they were very much propping up Berna. To where, again, she was at the reunion show. She got a lot of content. But yeah, she's not there. Again, fuck Arvo. This is the dumbest shit. That fucking Bonnie and Mike are obsessed over. Did I say Arvo? Whatever. So dumb.
Shit.
How's there been 2 Missies on Survivor, no Masons? Yeah, I guess that is a thing, right? Oh, thank you, Credit Beast. 45-month resub, really. Yeah, it's so weird. Like, there's definitely, like, every single time someone resubs, and, like, I notice, like, how long they've been subbed for, it's, like, it always blows my mind.
Listen, you just gotta get
I can't believe it. No Bear?
Okay.
I can't believe Bear's not going to be on.
Who? Kenny?
Damn it.
Yeah, I mean, so far, nothing, like, super solid that's that surprising from the list of possible returnees. I believe Paulie's not even on this list, right? Yeah, so that's kind of disappointing. But at this point, not super unexpected, considering it did seem after that initial like prospect of them being back, that it seemed like they weren't going to be. So whatever. Yeah, Turbo got called. Yeah, wouldn't be opposed to that. I mean, who else is on this list? That's like that would be interesting. Amber Martinez is in the running again. That's something. Amber Beef. Anissa got called. Why isn't Anissa still getting called? Yeah, fuck you, Mike. Bailey got called. I doubt she's going to be back. I'm surprised Bettina got called. I'm surprised they cared enough to call Bettina.
It's fine.
Jennifer Lee is in the running. Yeah, Michaela's in the running. Natalie Anderson, I would like to see her back.
Bonnie, we have to go.
I don't know, the women field though is like it's a lot of just the same people. I mean, Kelly Ann's on there, Laurel's on there, so that's cool. But like outside that, and Jenny's on there, but it's really just a lot of the same people from recent seasons.
The fuck did you do?
Men, I mean, Two Fritz, same thing pretty much. I guess Hunter, Tony, Bananas are there. Why is Leo in the running? Like, whatever. Zach is in the running. Just like, whatever. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I like it for the most part. It's kind of who I expected for the most part. What Josh do wrong in the game? A lot.
It's just a bad dream, sweet.
I mean, I think like really, like you could say that about every single person. Like what any person do wrong in the game? Like almost everyone, the answer is a lot. Again, like I don't think anyone, like no one has ever played a perfect game of reality television. Like even Kim Spradlin, I think there are like minor holes to pick on.
His mom's a doctor. Maybe she can help him.
He's going to die.
Yeah, Zach got called. Yeah, which I mean, like I think Zach's a great character, and obviously he's like a fine competitor. I mean, he's kind of inconsistent, but he's good. So it's like I wouldn't be opposed to seeing Zach back, especially if he's like less of a dick nowadays, which we'll see. I mean, it's only been like 2-3 years, right? It hasn't been that long, but if he is like, I mean, he's a dad now. Maybe he's less of a dick. Who knows? I don't think I did not see Jen on that list. Which again, like I'm pretty sure, didn't they say that they would only come back together from now on? So you would think that they would both be in contention, but whatever. Someone got idled out. Oh, it's in your org. You're playing a Cochrane game? Well, that's which one? I'm assuming the second Cochrane, right? Needs to waste the casting spot? Yeah.
How come?
I mean, she's never going to win. I also feel like she doesn't bring much entertainment anymore, either. Like, where, like, if she was still, like, really great in the confessional and everything, then I have no problem with Anissa coming back. But she's just not, like, entertaining anymore. And, like, most of her content's now her, like, moping about how people don't want to be partnered with her. It's like, I feel like I'm good. We don't need to see Anissa back.
It was a hard thing to do. But what if she'd done something to her?
Joss got called. Again, not surprising. I'm pretty sure, like, hasn't Joss, there we go, said that, like, he's been getting calls, just that he's been turning them down.
Sometimes it just isn't the right answer.
You'll be done with your DreamWorks ranking by Sunday? How many movies is that? I feel like that's a lot, right?
What's best for the people you care about, even if sometimes.
I bet she's in All-Stars 2 or 3. Yeah, me too. I know there's the rumor that she's, like,
I don't want to hurt
banned, right? Or, like, not banned, but, like, on, like, suspension or whatever, due to the creepy, like,
I'm scared, Lee.
well, like her jumping into people's showers and stuff. But like, who knows? How many Big Brother What If videos coming? I think one in the near future. Not too many.
Everything's gonna be all right.
Fuck, I'm looking at the schedule right now. Like, the schedule's so fucked in the sense that, like, out of the, how many videos is this? Next 23 videos, only 9 of them are done. Like, that's pretty bad for my standards.
Let's try to get some
But I mean, it is what it is. Obviously, this Saturday will be the BB Can 10 review. Next Wednesday will be the BB Can 10 player ranking. And then got some time, like a bit of a break from like impromptu videos until Survivor 42 ends. Yeah, we're really not even gonna have that much. Actually, we're really not gonna have any downtime at all, realistically. Like, if we're, because like, even though Survivor's ending, obviously BBAU is still gonna go on. I'm too fair. Survivor and the Circle end at the same time, right? But either way, with BBAU and Challenge All Stars going on, and then like not too long from then, we're gonna have Big Brother starting, like what, a month later, and then we're gonna have
She's awake.
the other show, Survivor South Africa, not too long. So it's like, it's still a lot of stuff.
Hey, you.
Clem. Oh, thank God.
Where
where I hear Joss decline other seasons. I think it's in like there's like this massive article of like who got called for certain seasons. I remember seeing in there like Joss turned down like certain seasons.
I mean, I expected it from the Russian, but Mike, I could tell they were working.
Mike is the best and arguably most complex character of the season. I think he's definitely one of the more complex. I don't know if like I mean Bess is like yeah. I mean he's probably up there, like him and Omer, and Marianne. I would say probably the top three. I will say that's another thing with like High that I kind of like was underwhelmed by is that like I just think High like did not make interesting TV. Like I feel like High was just kind of a boring character to me, where he was very very game body. And really just didn't have like much like character moments or anything. Like didn't really bring much like humor to the show. Didn't even like wasn't even that good strategically in the game, which I talk about a lot in my review. Yeah, was not impressed by High across the season. Has Redmond leaked the cast yet? No, he doesn't leak the cast until after the season finishes filming. So that'll be about a month from now. I believe today is it today or yesterday would have been the end of episode 1, right? I believe it was a few days ago that he announced that filming had started. So that's something.
Fuck you. You don't know a damn thing about me.
Oh, I know exactly.
We 40 movies? That's a lot. There's that many DreamWorks movies.
That makes you nothing.
What is it with you?
Who from Survivor would make a good transition into Big Brother?
It is.
Probably a lot, realistically.
You're just another type A asshole.
I mean, it matters like are we talking about like them as like an individual going into a cast of like people that you would normally expect on Big Brother? Because in that case, I think it maybe is slightly different because like if you have like I don't know, like Parvati now, like in her 40s, or nearing 40, like going into a Big Brother cast of like mostly 25-year-olds, like would she really do that well? Probably not. But if we're talking about like just playing the game of Big Brother, but still with like people that are like them or like not like the typical casting of Big Brother where it's like very young typically, then like I think probably could do well in the game of Big Brother, but it would like be determined on like who she's there with.
You know the thing about people like you, Kenny? You're just a bomb waiting to go off.
Yeah, I did watch all the Circle episodes.
Because they were afraid of you.
Send a link? I don't even know where the fuck it is at this point. Just look up like the challenge, who got called or something like that. I know it's like a big article from it's like one of these sites that's been doing like challenge articles for like a very long time. Is BB Can 10 going to be number 1 in reality TV? Probably. I would be surprised if it isn't, but I would be obviously I'll be happy if it isn't, because that means that there's another great season down the road. But to be honest, I don't expect it, like if I'm being honest. I don't know, with the current trajectory of Survivor, I don't expect them to bring out like a top tier season at this point. And then, like, what else do we got? I mean, Challenge is probably not going to quite reach that level. Big Brother 24, like, could they do it? Maybe, maybe not. I fully expect BB Can 10 to be number 1. Is Derek F on the circle? No. Someone that looks like Derek F and sounds like Derek F to a degree is on, but not Derek F himself.
But I just can't. You're both losing it. Clem, everyone's like that around him. You know that.
Yeah, Brittany from BB23 got called, which is a weird choice. Don't know, like, why of all the people from BB23 it's only her?
What about AJ?
I mean, maybe, like, Challenge CBS is, like, not included?
Don't you ever want to know
but yeah, I don't know. But then again, like, David Alexander's on the list, right? Because, like, I mean, it would make sense that, okay, they didn't want to bring back the people from Challenge CBS, so they didn't want to bring, like Alyssa or Kylan or like some of these other people, but you would definitely think those people would be more likely.
I don't know how to drive.
Stop being polite. It might be that. I don't remember.
What are you
Probably. It would definitely be a site like that.
Jesus.
Hope Alyssa gets called. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I mean, I think Alyssa feels like the type of person that should be on the challenge. So yeah, I'll be fine with that. Again, like Kylan, I think is someone that like should be a great transition. Like pretty much feels like the next coming of Fessy.
Get out! Hurry!
Okay, can you like get out? Thank you. What the fuck is that?
Kane!
DreamWorks is great at sequels, but not trilogies. I can't even like what is a DreamWorks sequel? I mean, we got Shrek 2, right? That's DreamWorks, which I guess that's like a good one.
Kane!
I think also Story is going to be the best season since World of Wards 1. Could be. Again, I mean, there's a lot of hype for this season. Or even Gamer was hyping it up earlier. I don't know if they are anymore though. I think I did see it. Like they're not as high, but then that's Gamer. But I know they were pretty high on it earlier, like when the filming was actually happening. Saying how 7 to 8 challenge seasons are going to be in reality TV. Yeah, I mean that is a thing, right? Because we got All Stars 1 and 2, we got the four War of the Worlds seasons, and then World of the Worlds, and then also Challenge 38. So, yeah. Like, why? Like, who the fuck asked for that much challenge? Oh, and wait. Oh, no. Because, yeah, Challenge CBS is included in that. So, yeah. So it's 7 seasons. So, again, why? Crazy how David's been so successful for Spoot. Yeah. And it's funny, too, because, like, again, like, David coming out of 21, man, like, people like David. Like, it wasn't, like, surprising to see him get, like, a second chance, necessarily. But, yeah, it is funny that now he went on All-Stars, was hated on All-Stars, and is now getting on the challenge. Challenge 39, I think, is very unlikely for this year. I think it possibly could film, but it's definitely not going to air. Because, again, like, Challenge 38 isn't filming until now. Not even now. It's, like, end of the month, right? Which, if that's the case, then the season's probably not going to air until, like, probably around the time the Spies, Lies, and Allies was last year. So that means it's not going to probably end, especially if we're going to keep these bloated season lengths, until the very end of the year. There's no way they're doing 39 also this year. Yeah, Amulet came into play finally. High's gone. I mean, realistic. It's like, are they like? It's not gonna matter, right? Until they get to 1. Which also like it's void at 6, right? So I mean, I guess if they're at 6 and they have to use it anyway, or just not use it at all. It's actually, yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, it's only valid for 2 more rounds. So, like, essentially, if Lindsay or Drea go out in this next episode, then the other one is immune at Final 6. So that's kind of interesting. Hubble Woman's BB24. How long has it been? It's been, what, BB20? Yeah, similar style players have been winning Big Brother recently, right? Especially if Josh wins again. Or if Josh wins here, I feel like that'll be like similar to like the Ty sort of like archetype, and then like we had Xavier and Cody and then Jackson, like all these like very well-rounded comp competitors. And yeah, too far, even Casey is in that demo. Like even though obviously Casey's the last like female winner of US at least. Like she still fits into that demographic.
He's with her.
You left him with her?
So really, it's been since what, like Josh, that we haven't had someone that's been this like very well-rounded comp competitor win.
Dane!
I mean, unless we're including, actually no, because then it would be Dane. Now, I don't remember what happened first, BB19 or BB Can 6, but
Wait.
and like even if we're talking about celebrity, I mean, like added Misha. Misha's still in that mold. So
Dane, you okay? Where's the kid?
Challenge Argentina is the most bizarre country to have their own spin-off. That's what I was saying. Don't know why it's so... I don't know why of all the countries it was Argentina. But whatever. How long is the BB Can review? Don't know. Well, obviously, I don't know for sure because it's not done yet. But I don't even remember how long it is now.
No, not again.
I think it's like an hour and 15 right now. It's going to be long. Like I think it's going to end up being around the exact length of my
Just stay out of it.
my BB23 review.
Could you let
I
this
think that was the
happen?
one. Where I think like script wise, it's looking like it's going to be around that length. So yeah, I'm thinking like an hour and a half. Yeah. Talk a lot about the final 5 round. I was like very surprised at how long that part of the review ended up being.
Kill a fucking child!
I didn't kill him. It was an accident, Kenny. I won't back down from you, Kenny.
Shut up!
The producers decided to bring 4 captains from 41, 42 to 44. Which 4 do I think will be chosen? Probably Shan Ricard.
Don't you come near me, you son of a bitch.
Who from 42 would be Pitts?
Get the fuck up!
I mean, to be fair, we probably need more. Like, we need to see the results of the season first, but like, I don't know, maybe High. I mean, High, I guess. Maybe, I don't know. Like, do they like High? I assume they do, right? Because he got a lot of confessionals. Maybe Drea, but probably not. I don't know. I don't know what they feel about Drea. I would have said Jonathan until last episode. Omer. Oh, yeah, fuck Omer. Am I forgetting about Omer? I keep on forgetting. I feel like I always forget about Omer when I'm thinking about, like, who is on this cast.
Run!
Oh, no, wait. Okay, wait, no, that wasn't the choice, right?
Fucking kill you!
Well, that's something. Omer, Marianne, Lindsay are top contenders for you. Like, edit, like, game-wise? Oh, fuck. Or we're talking about returnee-wise. If we're talking about game-wise, then, yeah. Returnee-wise, I don't think Lindsay's coming back. But yeah, like, edit-wise, I think, again, I still have Omer 1. Just because, like, nothing from this episode... Like, I mean, this was another really strong episode for him. To where, like, I still think something's off. Where, like, he doesn't really fit within the themes of the season. But he's still getting, like, really strong strategic content. Getting strong personal content at points. It's still, like, there's still... like, the edit is still there for a winning edit. And then I have Marianne, too, because I feel like Marianne, like, fits within the themes more. But probably isn't, like... as well-rounded of an edit necessarily. And then I don't think anyone else has a chance. I do have Lindsay 3 though. No, we're gonna let Lindsay. We're gonna let Kenny kill her. But yeah, Lindsay. I have a 3, but mostly just because like everyone else is dead. Like no one else is like. To me, Omer and Marianne are the only 2 that can win at this point. Like Lindsay, I think like again, there's someone that like people have been mentioning. It's like, oh, it could be an under the radar winner, could be like the next coming of Erica. But like I think again, like it's not the same thing. Like Erica like fit within the themes of the season. Like Lindsay doesn't. Like I mean, there's like no storyline for Lindsay. And even though she's getting like good content here, again, it very much screams out to me as like a type of person that would be voted out in the finale. Like especially with this like late jump in strategic content and her being propped up as a big player at the very, very end here. And then who do you got? Who do I have 4th? Drea. I have Drea at 4th. But again, that's mostly just because like there's no major major knocks against her edit in terms of like the edit completely undermining her, but there's no winning trajectory either. Because like the people below are Mike, who got severely undermined in the last 2 episodes. You have Romeo, who got severely undermined 3 episodes ago, and like also throughout the season, really, if you like look at it. But like 100% dunked on in the Chanel boot, and then also you got Jonathan, who like last 2 episodes have been really bad. So like really Drea is number 4 just because like the other 3 are like completely dead.
Lost you, buddy.
I thought that Jane might have killed him.
I was thinking the same thing, Clem. That's why I was so fired up.
Lindsay and the Danny mold. I think that's also probably a decent comparison as well.
Yeah, I guess, but I just... Why would
I'm trying to
she?
think like Danny.
Clem. A disturbed
Yeah, but
person
Danny like got
representing
like obviously in episode 1 he got a lot of content, but that's because it was like necessary because he went the ship wheel. But then yeah, like after that he was
Hey, listen,
pretty much a non-entity.
happen either.
But to be fair, he doesn't really. Does he have that much of a spike in content at the end? I don't remember. I know the Do or Die episode he did, right? And, like that's why I remember like watching the Do or Die episode. I was like fully expecting him to lose, for him to go home from Do or Die, and it didn't happen.
Just imagining what she did to Elvie.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely like the best comparison from 41. I feel like with Lindsay.
You were right about her. She was unstable.
I think Marianne's on an Adam Klein trajectory.
Yeah. I wanted to be wrong. I did.
Maybe. I guess like in the fact that she, now she's got another idol. She's gonna be known for having a lot of advantages. She's not really someone that's like ever been in control. I will say that I do think Adam was probably more like well integrated within his group than Marianne. But then again, like Adam also like fails every time. Like every time he tries to make a move, he fails at it. But I feel like he was like more solidly within his majority group, where like Taku's sticking together, but it doesn't really feel like they're working as like one solid group. Where like Adam did have like Ken, David, Hannah, like solidly working together. Oh yeah. I think like a player too. Yeah, Lindsay and Danny are pretty similar. I think that's also an apt comparison. I think 41, 42 will be forgotten seasons in the coming years. I think 42 will probably be, to be honest. Like obviously, like 42 is getting a lot of praise now. I think 42, especially if like we get no returnees from 42, or like very few, I feel like 42 is gonna be forgotten. Especially because like it's essentially a redo of 41. And I feel like 41 is going to get a lot of the... Like, when people mention, the problems with modern Survivor, with this new era, they're going to mention 41. Like, they're not going to mention 42, because, like, obviously, 42 is a redo. So I think as time goes on, 42 is probably going to be forgotten about. I think 41 will be talked about, but, like, more negatively, though.
Looks like a big wall.
Oh, yeah, we haven't talked about Square Enix. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. So, yeah, we talked about the end of last stream that we got the report that they're selling Tomb Raider and Eidos and Crystal Dynamics and stuff. But, yeah, like, we've kind of gotten more on that now to where, yeah, and that's pretty much all they're selling those specific studios. Like, they're essentially selling all of their Western studios, and then the IPs of Tomb Raider, Thief, what was it, Legacy of Kain, and one more. But yeah, it's not as big of a it's a big deal, like in terms of like it's like a big deal in the gaming medium, but it's like not as big of a deal as I thought it was going to be. Where did not end up selling like they still own Life is Strange. They still own like Just Cause. Like it's not like they're getting rid of like all of their Western IPs.
What's his name?
But still, I mean, it is obviously Tomb Raider is a big deal thing, and like again from the reports, it seems like they've been losing money from those studios, or like at least like barely making any money, to where like it makes sense why they would sell it.
A lot of people call it that.
Okay.
But
so what do we do to get in?
Again, still very interesting.
I'm afraid this is the part where I give you the bad.
And to be fair, I think it's probably for the better. Where like I don't think Square Enix knew what the fuck they were doing with Tomb Raider and with some of these other IPs. Where like I did like the reboot trilogy, but it also like I get why like old school Tomb Raider fans don't like it.
Unfortunately, our community is
So it's like, because like it's essentially like, in a way, it's kind of like my thoughts on Assassin's Creed Odyssey, as being a massive fan of the original games and seeing them transition to Odyssey. It's like it's a similar thing with like old school Tomb Raider fans transitioning into the rebooted trilogy.
This is bullshit. I know. But I don't.
But yeah, like it'll be interesting to see what they do with the new IPs, or with these IPs from these new new owners, I guess, whatever. And it would be cool if they bring back Legacy K and stuff. I doubt they will, but whatever.
They all got here before you.
Did they sell it for NFTs? I think they sold it for like they sold it for money to utilize in buying NFTs, right? Or something like that, something dumb like that. But yeah, weird deal. It is a really weird deal.
It's too dangerous out here for them.
And like I know there's rumors, right? There's a lot of rumors right now about the fact that this deal was more so as a way to shrink Square Enix, for Square Enix to be bought by Sony, or like by another company, which like the assumption Sony, which that would be interesting. I don't know if we need it. Like, it's not like something I would like needed to happen, considering Sony and Square Enix already had like such a strong deal, or such a strong partnership, to where almost every like major Square Enix game was already being exclusive to Sony consoles anyway. So like it didn't really make that much of a difference. But still, would be it would be a big deal if they do buy Square Enix.
That's what's important now.
Drea for a challenge, maybe. I don't know. I think challenge CBS seems right. Again, the challenge is just kind of weird because, like, how old is Drea's like 30, like late 30s, right?
Just the children.
And like I don't know. It's like, for me, it's like it feels like a weird thing to have someone that old like debuting on the challenge. And like I even feel that way. Like even like a Michelle Fitzgerald who's like 30. And like even like like Amber B was like 32 or something. It's like I don't know, like the challenge, and too far, it's because like the challenge just kind of lost its identity at this point. But like when I think of the challenge, I think of all these like young dumb people doing challenges. But like now it's gotten to the point where like most of the people on the challenge are like over 30. So I guess like for what the challenge currently is, I guess it would be okay. But like it's definitely not what I think of when I think of the challenge. We're gonna go with Kenny.
No, we're leaving. All of us together.
Yeah, again, yeah. Still, it'll be a really big get for Sony to buy Square. But I think like when I'm thinking of like things that I would want Sony to buy, Square Enix is probably like on the lower end of like companies, because like to me it's like they already have Square Enix in their back pocket anyway.
Sounds like she means business.
But yeah, like I still get why they would buy them. Yeah, I can see you, Bryce. It's just that you're like posting like one word things and I'm not bothering to respond to it. Where do you think Marion will land on a winner ranking? Probably pretty low. Probably top bottom tier, I would guess.
If you're in the area,
well, I mean, we'll see how the end game plays out if she does win.
we might be accepting people then.
Where like if she takes control of the game,
Well, it's a shitty situation.
yeah, I mean if she takes control of the game, I guess, in the last few rounds, then maybe there's an argument for like middle tier. But I think as of right now, I would say bottom tier. Who's going from do or die? Again, hopefully nobody. I hope nobody does. Again, like if I were to guess someone to go home from do or die, like maybe Lindsay, just based on edit. Who else is there?
Wonder where I got that from.
Because what? I don't think Mike. Like, imagine if Omer goes home from do or die. That'll be a big thing. I don't think that'll happen. Yeah, like, I mean, I think it's either Lindsay or nobody. I'd be pretty surprised if anyone else goes home from do or die. Actually, I forgot about that. Drea doesn't have her idol anymore, right? Well, she has Knowledge's power, though. Because I remember that was the thing of, like, me saying that I don't think Drea would go home because, like, because she has no incentive to play in the challenge, because like she would have idols anyway. She had an idol anyway. But like, yeah, she technically doesn't have her idol, but then she still has to do or die, so it probably still wouldn't do it. Romeo? I mean, I guess Romeo could go. Would Romeo compete? I mean, I guess he could compete, right? I forgot who set out the challenge last time. It was what, Omer, Marianne. I don't even remember who the other people were. Because I think that's probably going to be a bit of a sign on who would be sitting out for Do or Die. Would Marianne go home from Do or Die? I mean, like, it'll be a weird ending to her story. Like, from a pure, like, game standpoint, like, I don't really care that much. Obviously, it would be disappointing to see, like, Marianne, who's, like, this great character, go home at that point. But, like, from a game standpoint, it's like, I feel like that's, like, kind of an inoffensive boot, in the sense that she's not really someone that's, like, has that much power in the game, even though, again, she does have, like, I guess she only has one idol, right? She has an idol and an extra vote, right? By the way, we're starting a fucking new frontier. Fuck me. Continue story. Import save. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. We'll definitely get through episodes 1 and 2. They're both really short. Marianne would be great on Big Brother. Yeah, I think she'll be fun. I don't know, like, great in terms of gameplay necessarily, but I think she'll be fun on the show. Yeah, I did see Kayla and Ashley are no's, which Ashley we knew about for a while. Kayla was also very unlikely, considering Kayla's talked about how she doesn't want to go on the main show anymore because it takes too much time. So again, not that surprising. Who's number 1 in power ranking right now? Omer. And to be honest, at this point, like, I think Omer's probably going to end up being number 1 on the player ranking almost no matter what.
Now, Javi, you need to hurry.
Oh my god, the graphics are weird in this.
Okay. I'm just...
I really don't like this remaster. This remaster is just so fucking weird. Okay, actually it looks better close up, but like from far away that looks like shit. Melissa saying she's coming back. I mean, I would not be that surprised. Who was it? It was because what, Melissa, Brittany, and Natalie are hanging out a lot, right? Which I don't think the other two are like in contention, but like again, Michelle, Melissa seems to be like getting more involved in the challenge community again, so it's like, it'll be surprising if she comes back.
He's dead.
Suri went home from Do or Die on Legends. That'll be hilarious. If Suri literally comes back, makes it all the way to Final 7. Then again, Suri's also a person that will never do or Die, right? Like, she's 100% a person that's gonna, like, not even bother playing. But still, it would be fucking hilarious. Everyone's favorite character, Javi. Who doesn't love Javi?
Everyone's here.
And everyone loves David, too. That's his name, right?
We're there, all around him.
Who the fuck thought this was a good idea, by the way? Like, who thought it was a good idea to make fucking not Life is Strange, fuck me. Walking Dead Season 3, a story about none of the characters from Life is Strange. Fuck me, I'm getting Life is Strange in my head. None of the characters from Walking Dead Seasons 1 and 2, outside of Clementine, who, like, has a very minimal role in it.
He doesn't even see me because he's looking for you.
Yeah, Brand still Life is Strange versus Walking Dead?
You don't think there's a
That'd be funny.
We'd rather be? You don't think we all had to make sacrifices? Well, go on then. Hit me. All right, if it makes you...
I find it so funny, too, because Javi's voice acted by the guy that plays Captain America in the Marvel's Avengers, which I just find really fucking funny. He's like, whenever I was playing Marvel's Avengers and hearing Captain America talk, all I could think about was Javi. Speaking of that, I mean, I believe Marvel's Avengers and Guardians of the Galaxy, both the rights to those games did go with the Square Enix deal as well. To where they got sold alongside Crystal Dynamics and the other studios, which is interesting. But then again, they still can't do anything with it, which is also weird. Because, like, they technically own, from what I understand, it's like they own Marvel's Avengers and Guardians of the Galaxy, but they still need approval from Marvel to do anything with it, to which is like, are Marvel really going to give them the approval to do it? Because, like, I feel like most of the appeal was like, oh, we're making a deal with Square Enix. Now we're making a deal with fucking Embracer or whatever. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens with that, but I do find that funny. You wanted a AU 2002 player ranking as much as a Brenton cameo? I mean, I'm sure no one wanted a AU 2002 player ranking.
find
I
out.
mean, I feel like the one that people want even less is coming up not too far from now in UK Panama. You forgot the AE 2002 player ranking was coming out until today? Me too.
Well, I was.
I completely forgot it even came out today until like 3 o'clock or something. Until like way after it came out.
Lost more than I'll ever have. But maybe something good can come out of all this.
But yeah, it is funny how the channel's actually like not doing terribly, despite the fact that like
You can't run from this.
like I haven't had a Survivor video in what, like 2 weeks now. Like I'm not even gonna have one for another like week and a half. So it's like it's gonna be funny if to see how that
It's time to take
goes.
some responsibility.
Actually, no, 2 weeks. Fuck. Yeah, next Survivor video is not until Marquesas player ranking.
Kate,
I'm so sorry, Javi.
Why is Teresa on the list? She's definitely coming back. I mean, yeah, Teresa's not coming back. Yeah, I don't get like why like certain people are on their list. Like I don't know if it's like a meme at this point. But like yeah, I do find it weird that like Nicole Bass is on the list of people that aren't coming back when it's like obviously she's not coming back.
Come on.
PR said all the maybes are people who have been in the running for the last 5 years or have been called in the last 5 years. Yeah, I did see that, but I didn't fully like get like does that mean that these people like they don't know if they're getting like who specifically is getting calls, but they're just like assuming these people are getting calls, or does it just so happen everyone that like is getting called is someone from the last 5 years?
Mama.
Who's more problematic between me and you? Probably you.
I tried. I'm
Maybe
so
me. I mean, too.
sorry.
This probably is. It could be me.
He's gone.
They see. I did not see the Weird Al teaser. I did hear about it though, but yeah, I did not watch it for myself. Oh, was Nicole pregnant also? I forgot about that.
Before he passed.
Yeah, that's the thing. Oh, wait, I forgot about that. I'm supposed to change category. Completely forgot about that. So this definitely wasn't late.
You thirsty, baby?
I think they just reused similar lists for every year. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Didn't CT say he definitely wasn't coming back? He did say that a while ago, but I think that was when the assumption was that the season was going to be earlier. So I think now there's like maybe some question marks on like he could come back, but I would assume we're not getting CT. Who knows? Who's more problematic between you or Jonathan? Probably Jonathan. I mean, Jonathan's at least like on like TV doing it. But yeah, I feel like you're probably more. Are you more aware of it? I mean, the fact that you're asking the question of who's more problematic, I would assume you're more aware. So I don't know, whatever. Why did Rogan not come back? I don't know. I forgot. Like, is it known that production doesn't like him or not? Why is my bitrate dropping? That's worrying. My bitrate just dropped significantly, but whatever. Hopefully everything's fine. Normally I restart my internet right before stream. I didn't do that today, but things have been fine so far.
Papa, stop!
I mean, that's kind of the thing at this point. It's like whenever Bryce asks a dumb question like that, I just give him a dumb response. Crazy to think that within the past 24 to 48 hours, someone on Survivor 43 screwed up the puzzle and lost immunity for a tribe. Yeah, I mean that happens every premiere. I don't know, like how many premieres does that happen in? I feel like it's definitely happened at least like half of the premieres at this point. Or like someone messes up like a minute portion of the immunity challenge, and that like is the like reason on the show why they're getting voted out. Yeah, I'm at this point. I'm very solid on BB Can 10 being higher than BB Can 9. Again, like for me, the hesitancy was before the Gino week, where Gino goes home. Once the Gino week happened, I was solid on like, yeah, this is better. And especially like now that we got this like clear trajectory of like this is the season of Kevin, like whether or not he wins or loses at this point, like this is Kevin's season, and I feel like that's something that props it up a bit too. Where I think that's like the major through line. What's something that props the season up?
Mariana, we have to go. Yaya's hurt.
Would I prefer a Melissa or Georgia return? Maybe Georgia. I don't know. Like I feel like I've always liked Melissa more.
It's okay.
But Melissa was just kind of boring on Total Madness, so probably Georgia would be more interesting. But yeah, like I don't think it's likely. What I think of Lindsay from Worlds Apart? It's fine. I mean, okay character, not a good player. Not like an all-time bad player necessarily, but like not like good. It would be like low in an overall player ranking by the time I get to it, just because like again she was booed the first opportunity, even though she's like 4th boo in the season. It's kind of like the co-wrong of Big Brother. I think it's better than co-wrong for me personally. Where I rank BB Can 10 overall, I think it's probably is it like, to be honest, it's up there. Like I don't know, I think I maybe need to wait for the season to end and see how it kind of settles, but I think it's for sure top 5 BB seasons.
I've worked out how to track how fast they're moving.
Where I still don't think it's above BB Can 5. And I think there's an argument for like, is it better or worse than BB 10? And along with that comes the argument, is it better or worse than like 14 and All Stars and like that sort of thing?
Yeah.
Who's a better player, Lindsay or Abraham? Probably Lindsay. But to be fair, that's also because of longevity. In the sense that we got more of Lindsay, and we saw that Lindsay at least had like a close ally, and Sierra, there was a point where it seemed like she was in the majority.
Every time we should just bed down somewhere and wait for it to pass.
Where it did seem like Dan and Mike were kind of on the outs at one point, and then also Rodney kind of blew up his own spot, and like,
It's slow,
but yeah, like realistically, it's like it's not like she's that good either.
Hey, you're the one with the notebook. I leave that decision.
Release date push incoming. Yeah, I did hear this that God of War Ragnarok state of play is not coming anytime soon. I don't think it necessarily means it's getting delayed though, because I mean like I don't think Sony like it gives you much time anyway. Like I'm trying to think like with Horizon, like they didn't tell us the release date until what, like a few months beforehand, right? It's like if God of War comes out in like November or something, like they're probably not going to tell us until like July or August or so, right? So like I don't think it's like that major of a worry that it's getting delayed out of this year.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Okay, sure.
Don't think okay, my headset's like about to fall off my head. Let's try to get that back on. Don't think Carolyn will ever return again. I think Carolyn, I mean, like, Carolyn's one of these people that, like, they've been wanting back, and, like, Probst, like, explicitly said at the time Game Changers that you will be back. The problem is that, obviously, it's been almost 10 years, or 10 seasons since then. So, yeah, who knows? But I think Carolyn's a person that they want to try to get back.
He was reassuring, but
has there even been a down week this season? Not fully. I think some week, like there have been like some weeks that aren't like the greatest weeks in the world. Like I mean, I think the that Marty backdoor week where like that plan didn't go through. I thought that was like a relatively weak week. But even then, it was still a good week. But yeah, like week 2 was kind of just like okay. Where like I mean, to be fair though, I mean, there's a lot of good character stuff going on there, especially with Betty. And Kyle backdoor. I mean, like once Kyle got backdoored, like the back half of that week was kind of just like whatever.
Some days I just want to leave him by the side of the road.
Again, it was strong up until that point. Yeah, I mean, it's been a strong season. It's been a Yeah, like it's been a season without like a major lull.
Gabe's been emotional.
Carolyn's best bet is Millennials rejects All Stars. I'm sure they're gonna do that.
Emotional? Right. That's cute. Look, I love these kids. Reminding me I'm not his mother.
Yeah. I think Carolyn, like, if she's gonna return, it has to be for the next All Star season, especially if it's like a second chance 2 or something like that. I think that's gonna be her last true opportunity. I think after that, she's gonna be kind of like one of these people, like a Marty or like a Jim Rice, or like one of these people that like production loves. They would have wanted them back, but the timing like just never worked out.
Christ, I need to get laid.
Well, I consider Betty saying "I do hate you" an iconic moment. Not iconic moment, but it is a fun moment.
You know the kids can hear you.
I'm really with this season. Like, I think the two like big iconic moments are the Kyle HOH, and like really just mostly the legacy of the Kyle HOH. I feel like with like how poorly it was perceived, and then I think the gummy bear. I think those are like the two big moments for the season.
Hey, Mariana,
That I would like classify as like iconic
must have
moments.
skunk or something back there.
Could Jim Rice technically still return? Technically, but I think it's very unlikely. Not because of like age of him getting old, but I think more so of like the seasons that they look at to return people from. Stream is laggy? Potentially. Yeah, bitrate's kind of wonky right now, but
We're about to make a supply stop.
hopefully it stays stable enough. Josh needs to be Woo 2.0 and take him again. Yeah, it would be hilarious if Kevin is able to convince Josh to take him the final 2. Like, that would be, like, incredible. I do think it's very unlikely at this point. I mean, the fact that, like, Kevin was unable to get him to vote out Betty at 4, I think it's unlikely that he's able to get him to take him to 2, but yeah, it would be, like, an all-time great move if he's able to do that. Like, really, I mean, like, if that he does that, then, like, Kevin's, like, really, really up there of all-time great players. Like, that's just an insane move, like, if he's able to convince Josh to take him. Do I think Cancel return? I think she can. And to be honest, if you were to make me bet on whether or not she's going to play Survivor again, I would actually bet towards yes.
You want a moment alone, Mari?
Blood vs. Survivor to winners at war contestants are kind of fucked.
What do we actually need?
A candy bar.
I wouldn't say that necessarily.
Not want.
I think probably like Nicaragua to Blood vs. Water are fucked
Hopefully this one
in terms of returning chances. I think Cagayan, I still think there's at least a chance for some of those people. And like Cagayan through Worlds Apart. But again, I think that chance is like starting to wind down. But I think there's still a chance for some of these people. And then I think from Millennials vs. Gen X on, I think it's still likely to see some of these people back. Might become a Kevin Stan account if he manages that. I mean, my review is already kind of that. I do find it funny though. Like, if Kevin doesn't win, this will just be kind of funny.
Okay, that's cool.
Because like most of the review is like praising Kevin's gameplay, specifically like the middle portion of the review. And it's not because like I wrote this under the assumption that Kevin was going to win. Actually, was the opposite. I did not think Kevin was going to win. I would have loved it if Kevin won, but like I don't actually like. I still never genuinely thought he was actually going to win. But I like. Yeah, like it is funny how like most of the review, really up until the final 5, is praising Kevin's gameplay, and then like the final 5 is me trashing Kevin's gameplay. But whatever. Lex could still return. She could. I think she's currently pregnant though, right? So that might stop her from being in the running if like 46 is a returning season. But yeah, I mean, I think Alexa's someone that was still on the radar. But I think her time's kind of winding down. Same thing with LJ. LJ is one that was always in the running for returning seasons. But I think his time's kind of fading at this point. And also, I think LJ's like was like pretty problematic around the time of Game Changers, to where yeah, probably not super likely for his return at this point. I think to be honest, I think Jatia might be one of the most likely returnees though from Kagiyan at this point, which is kind of funny. Considering Jatia was like part of the diversity initiative and like getting that done. She's someone that was in the running for Cambodia and Game Changers.
I'm sorry I did
Wouldn't be super surprising if she's in the running from Winners at War. Like obviously before it became Winners at War. So yeah, I think Jatia definitely could still come back.
I can't stop thinking.
What LJ do? LJ made a lot of transphobic comments about Zeke
Peace, asshole.
during the Varner Zeke thing.
We'd be gone in seconds.
Same thing with Scott Pollard. He was another one that
I'd still try to charm them.
Scott Pollard. I think did Scott Pollard like post the picture of Zeke pre-transition?
Our eyeballs were ripped out of our
I'm pretty sure
skulls.
that's a thing.
There's gonna be a last one, you know?
Or maybe I'm getting mixed up. Was it Scott or was it LJ? It was one of the two. But yeah, there's some
What if this
problematic
place
things
is
there.
empty? And the next. And the next.
We're not gonna let that happen. Okay?
Okay. I let it have its 5 minutes.
More problematic, Shireen or Will? To be honest, I probably would say Shireen. Like, because, like, Will, it's like, he has that one moment, but, like, outside of that, I don't think, like, he does anything that bad, right? Or, like, I feel like Shireen's, like, had, like, problematic things, like, not even just on Survivor, but then, like, on Sequester, and, like, the way she acts, like, post-show with, like, how, like, her relationship with Max Dawson went and everything, so I'd probably actually lean Shireen.
Anything. I'll need to find
Will
more.
So ever come back? It could happen. It's definitely not out of the one possibility. Again, she like we know she got called for 40, which is the funny thing. So maybe. If Kevin wins out, would he be top 5 overall? I mean, or are we just saying he wins final HOH? Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, you know, he probably is, even if he
Looks
doesn't.
like there's more to see up here.
Like, I think he's already, like, borderline top 5. Like, he's fighting with Netta.
Any luck?
Some. But not enough. Gabe?
Like, he's already at that spot. If he wins, then he's for sure in
Let's
that
go take a look
spot.
over there.
Gabe, stay close to Javi. Got it?
This final 3 reminds you of Kagiyan. Maybe. Yeah, I think the Cass Betty, like, comparison's kind of weird. Oh, we're talking about, like with US involved? Then probably not.
Here's one they never took to pieces.
Especially player-wise. And even winning-wise. Where to have Dan? Because, like, Kevin... To me, Kevin and Dan's... Like, Dan's BB10 game and Kevin's BB Can 10 game are, like, very similar. I actually think Kevin's probably more impressive as a whole. Though I do think, like, obviously the final 5 rounds, like, particularly bad from Kevin here. How well would I do in a challenge final? I wouldn't even try. Like, I'm not bothering to do a challenge final.
Look at all that fuel.
I think Kevin's better than Netta, considering Netta can keep Cindy. I mean, to be fair, like, the Cindy thing, like, part of that also comes from, like, the public and them literally hearing the audience boo Netta.
Locked.
So I don't put that much, like, I don't knock Netta too much for that. But yeah, I think Netta has more, like, blatant flaws that she's shown across her season. If Josh takes Kevin to final 2, is Josh still a top 10 player? Probably not. And to be fair, even now he's like probably not even there. Like, again, like, I think he's like maybe 10 if he wins. Where to me, him and Ty are very close. Where, like, I don't know which one is better. Like, I mean, I think Ty has more of a killer instinct. But I think he's also, like, worse with jury management. I think he's probably a worse social player. I think competition-wise, they're probably around the same. So, I don't know. I probably would lean Josh, maybe? But even then, again, I think he's barely top 10 even in that. So if he, like, doesn't take... If he ends up taking Kevin to the end, then, like, he's definitely not in the top 10 at that point.
Damn it.
I did not see details about part 2 of the CBS final.
Looks pretty run down.
Which BB Survivor player do I think the most similar? And which players do I think? Wait, which players from the show do I think most similarly to me? Is that what the question is? If that's the case, then like maybe like I don't know, like a Sophie Clark, maybe. Like I tend to, and maybe Stephen Fishback. I think that's another one. To where the more and more I watch Know-It-Alls, the more and more I tend to agree with Stephen Fishback, especially over Rob, where like I get more and more of the sense that I don't know how good of a strategic thinker Rob is in reality. But yeah, I feel like those are like the two that come to mind right away. I remember like Cody Calafiore in his interview with Taryn post show. I was like very, very impressed with Cody and like how he seemed to have like a full grasp of like the entirety of his game. But yeah, I would say realistically, it probably is like Stephen Fishback or like Sophie Clark.
Gabe, come check this out.
Not the cleanest place.
Oh, no more
Why'd they
these
boo Aaron? What do you what do you think? Who would they? What's funny too is that like Aaron didn't even get as many boos as fucking Christine did the very next season, which is really fucking weird.
This place is decked out.
How would Dave Ball do if he was cast on One World instead of Samoa? That's kind of a random question, but he would probably do better, maybe? I don't know, would he do better? His name Tooth Fairy would probably just be part of the Pagong, right? Or like, I don't know if he like allows Colton to do what he does, but he's probably still not in it for a long haul. Trying to look up the Challenge CBS thing. I'm not seeing the exact details of it. All right, let's see. I'm just gonna look up Gamer if she posted it or he posted it. I keep on thinking Gamer is like a woman, but it's not. Fucking Natalie Negrati posted a YouTube video saying I'm going back on the challenge, which I can assure you she's not going back on the challenge. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Whatever. I just hate you that BB15 and 16 were seasons that happened back to back. Yeah. I mean, BB16 is like the first season of full HD, right? So, yeah, and that's kind of what happens. It's the same thing with like the transition from Micronesia to Gabon on Survivor. And to be fair with the Christine thing, I don't think they knew she had an abusive husband at the time. But yeah, she got booed because she was flirting with Cody.
Are you kidding me?
Lucky for you, they put enough preservatives in this stuff to last for centuries. There's enough food in here to keep us going for a long time.
If you were Elizabeth on IOI, I would play Fire against Sandra instead of Rob. Did she have the choice? I don't remember. Yeah, if you have the choice, for sure. I mean, why the fuck are you going against Boston Rob Firemaking? It was like, known as like one of the best fire makers in all of Survivor.
Someone else's mattress.
Yeah, I remember like that was so fucking dumb at the time, the IOI premiere, where Rob was like goading her into like it kind of like felt reminiscent of the of Jeff Probst, like getting the men on Amazon to talk about the women and berate them immediately afterwards. But he does where like Rob's like convincing her to face off against him in fire and then like berates her for doing it.
To sleep in the van for a change.
Please.
The herd is coming. If it's not here already, we should go.
Helena saying Betty or Josh will win her press interviews. Has she already done press interviews? I will say, like, Helena seemed to have a really bad read on her way out. Because, like, this is the thing, and, like, to be fair, the players in the house have a bad read. Where, both Betty and Josh keep on talking about how, oh, Kevin won't win if he gets to the end, which, again, based on what we've seen from jury, does not seem to be, accurate. But, yeah, Helena, and also the thing about Helena too is that Helena's not going to be in the jury house, right? So she's not going to have much time with the players. So it's like, I don't know if like this is like, when was this interview done? I think that's the interesting thing.
You can really drown us out.
To be fair, it was probably done tonight if it's with Taryn, because like unless Taryn was like lying or like pretending not to know, he seemed genuinely not know who was going home. So you would assume this is after the round table. But still, like, Helena has not had time with the jury. Like, they don't get to spend time together if you're booted at the Final Four. So, like, I don't think she has the greatest reads on the jury, and she left the house, thinking that Kevin had no chance, where she was talking about how, like, oh, I was going to win against Kevin, which we know for sure is not the case. Where, based on all the exit interviews and based on how they talked in the jury house, Helena was the least likely winner of the bunch. Yet she seems to think that she would have won if she got to the end. So I wouldn't put much faith in her like overall read on the jury. But I mean, again, a lot of that's determined on like when this interview was and like all that stuff.
Go on, speak up.
Yeah, let's see. So yeah, there's an interview from like 30 minutes ago. God damn it. I wasn't looking at the screen.
I can tell.
I see an interview with Merch Jaffer. I forgot Merch Jaffer even existed. I feel like no one talks about Merch Jaffer anymore.
Yeah, you got people around here somewhere. Sure.
Can I listen to the should I listen to these on stream?
Look for the others.
Lonnie,
what season of Survivor should Will Neff watch next if he continues? Probably Philippines. I'm surprised he didn't go for Philippines.
Hey, you assholes in there! I got your boy. You don't want him getting shot. You best come out there careful with your hands up. Go on, you first.
Cool Gang and ad, whatever. Worlds Apart. I think they're like, from what I understand, his community doesn't want him to watch Worlds Apart because it's problematic. Which is like kind of dumb because like they watched like Samoa, which has like problematic things, but whatever.
I'll shoot the ever-loving shit out of you.
Okay, let's see.
I've had time to reflect on everything that went down since your eviction. How are you?
Yeah, if I was streaming this on PC, I'd definitely put this up on stream.
Really been thinking about it too much.
Yeah, 100%. She's not in the jury house. We know that for sure. Her background's like way different than the other. Yeah, so jury seems to be upset at her.
Yeah, no, that's understandable. You had a really big shock in your house, which is pretty cool. Your mom surprised you. What was it like seeing her person?
Okay, I don't fucking care. Stop asking about fucking her family visit.
I think so. I feel like at the beginning of it, I knew giving Jason would be better for my game.
Okay, I don't care. Okay, they're not asking me the question. Okay, the Taryn, you said Taryn's interview came out. Again, that's the problem I have with a lot of these interviews, especially ones that aren't like Taryn, because like Taryn at least like goes straight into talking about jury chances and stuff, which is like the only thing I actually care about. Like I simply like don't care about like learning about what they thought about their family visit and shit like that. Let's see. Is there anything? There it is. 8 minutes.
Hello, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling all right. Good as it gets. How are you?
Doing well.
Alright, we're gonna do double speed.
All right.
As a juror, you have a lot of responsibility.
Okay.
What is your criteria?
So yeah, I think I'll listen to this on stream.
I want to use my head, my heart, and I want to see what, when, why, how you play this game, why you play this game.
I don't know if you can hear it, but whatever.
Strategically, emotionally, physically, spiritually, everything. That's all going to go into my, my decision.
All right, I'm going to run through the players left in the game, and I just want to get your thoughts on their game, how likely you think you'd be to vote for them in the final two.
It's gonna be anyone unanimously at this point? I don't think so.
I don't know her game. I don't know what she's done. From my point of view, she's
Okay, so she's low on Betty.
Josh, our time to him, and yeah, she pulled out some confidence and she's earned those. I don't take that away from her. But I want to know what has she done in this game, how she played this game. She is a strong, independent person, but how did that show me out in the game though? So
Yeah, I feel like for sure not voting for.
I think I'm taking some questions. I definitely have some questions for her. And she's not on two spots. If she can explain to me what she's done and how what moves has she made this game, not just by winning comps, but is there any strategic play in her?
Ben from Samoa is more problematic than Rodney, Dan, and Will combined. Yeah, I would say so.
Josh's game, I think he's played a dirty game, and he's gotten very personal.
That's interesting.
Personal about things and building those close bonds. But he's been the face of like our Lions process. He was the face. He was the host. And all that background work. Yes, he obviously contributed to it. But
So she says that Josh played dirty game.
A sole player and only cared about yourself. Like, did you ever even care about the Alliance? Were you ever true to it? To your core. So yeah, with Josh, he's strong there. He's extremely smart. He's physically,
But again, this still feels like more than like she's gonna vote for Josh if he's not there with Kevin.
Kevin, my boy.
She literally smiles like right away when she talks about Kevin. To be fair, I mean, you expect that from Helena, though.
Impactful decisions. He, had a hand in making those decisions. And yes, having one conflict, but he hopefully has more coming. And he has a relationship that I think overall he is the best player.
All right, so how would you rank them in order of who you're most likely to vote for to least likely to vote for?
Kevin, Betty, Josh.
All right,
Oh,
and,
okay.
Who do you think
So she does have Betty above Josh.
Who should they bring to the final two?
Kevin should bring Josh because he definitely win against Josh. Betty should bring Josh because she win against Josh. And Josh should bring Kevin.
Okay, so
Okay.
Because,
So it does feel like, again, like I'm expecting these interviews to be now, right? So yeah, I mean, like it does seem like maybe this anti-Josh sentiment is continuing. Like it does seem like that is the sense that she got from at least the from the round table. So
Yeah. I would have to say Kevin and I. We definitely had influence in this game. To say we had all of it, no, it was all team effort. I was with Josh, whoever we're working with, and BB Can Gods also with the gun situation. But I think Kevin and I had a big influence because of voting. The way it worked out, even though we didn't have actual power, we did have power in the vote.
Okay, I don't really care about this.
All around, and it just, you couldn't keep a secret. He, would say everything and anything before he's even done anything or has a position to do so. So I think that unfortunately I would say
who are you most upset with in the game?
I'm most upset with. Can I say myself?
Sure.
Sure.
Josh or Betty. I would say Josh or Betty. I think it'd be Josh.
Okay, that was just a dumb question.
My favorite moment would be when I saw my mom.
Okay, don't care.
Was real. Like Betty, I think she's doing jury management. Do you think I'm actually amazing? I don't think so.
Okay, too fair. I think I got why I needed for this. Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see where the votes go with Josh tomorrow. Because I mean, I think Josh. I'm too fair. Like if Kevin wins final HOH, he's probably taking Betty, right? I would be surprised to see him take Josh. And to fair, I don't think it would matter anyway. I think really, yeah, the only time we'll see the like true ramifications of this is if it's Josh versus Betty, to see like who's actually voting for Betty.
You don't want him getting shot. You best come out there careful with your hands up.
Kevin Helena played a dirtier game, yeah. Than Josh, yeah. I mean, like, well, it's like
open it real slow.
Kind of. Like, I mean, I think Josh has played in a way that, like, he has had to betray more of the people he was close to, but that's because he was closer to more people. To where, like, Kevin and Helena, it's like, yeah, they did backstab Gino. But, like, that's pretty much it, right? I guess Marty, debatably, but, like, even in that position, it's like there wasn't much they could really do anyway. Yeah, like, I would say, like, yeah, Josh probably does play the dirtier game in the sense that he had to turn his back on people that thought he was closer to them.
You? By yourself?
Now, what can I say?
At what point did I say I would vote for Eric over Deshaun? I'm at the point where I would vote for Eric over Deshaun now. I don't know when exactly that was, but again, I think through more Exapress, through the fact that like Erica isn't like 100% goner. In the pre-merge, if they go tribal, and then also same thing with the hourglass twist, where it's like it's not 100% that she goes there. I think that opens up enough wiggle room to where I do think the back third of her game is strong enough to where, and I think Deshawn's like back third is disastrous enough to where I would probably vote for Erica at this point.
You got it.
Yeah, I think it came after a decent amount of exit interviews and stuff.
Buddy's not thinking straight. So let's talk, okay? You.
I don't think that Betty beats Josh. I think it can happen.
This doesn't have to go.
I think it will be weird though to see these players end up voting for Betty over Josh. But like again, it could technically still happen. And again, I think if what they thought at the time they were voted out stays, then yeah, I think they will vote for Betty over Josh. I just didn't expect that to stay, but by the way that Helena is talking, it makes it seem like that is still the sentiment, is that they are angry at Josh.
Holy shit!
To where, again, yeah, it would be underwhelming if Betty is the winner of the season at this point, I feel like, but yeah, it's still not, like, I still think it doesn't harm the season as a whole to me. Like, it's still as good of a season. Like, even then, like, it adds to the unpredictable nature of the season, so either way, it's fine. Imagine if Betty won Final HOH and cut Josh. I think that's never happening. But it would be hilarious, though. Especially because, like, Kevin would probably beat her, right? Like, even if she did that.
My family, where are they? What did you do with my family?
Kevin's played the mill so well that everyone feels betrayed. I mean, like, in that sense, then, is he playing it that well? Like, if he's playing the middle in a position where, like, by the time he cuts them, they feel personally betrayed by him, and he loses their jury vote because of that, then, like, is he really playing well from the middle? Like, he's obviously, like, it's like, I feel like this is one of these instances where, like, all these people are, like, kind of perceiving the game the way that, like, Bailey did, where, like, I think that's the biggest problem with, like, Bailey as a player, where she is someone that is very social with people, but then through her, like, social relationships with people, she assumes that she has a game relationship, and it's like as if this is, like, the complete opposite with Josh, where, like, everyone has this social relationship with Josh, and through it they assume they have a game relationship with Josh, when in reality they don't. And through that feel betrayed by that. Betty represents the season perfectly. I mean, I think you can make the argument of that. I will say, though, like, this season is such a train wreck, though. I mean, even in the, like, with Kevin and Helena, who had played... I did not mean to do that, by the way. I pushed the wrong one, but fine. But with Kevin and Helena, who had obviously played a very strong game up until the Final Five, for them to blow up their game at the Final Five...
Fuck.
And then even in the Final Four, for Josh and Betty, the people who just, like, trick Kevin and Helena in the previous round to make the suboptimal move at the Final Four and voting out Helena over Kevin. Again, like, this is such a train wreck all around, even at this point. I think a Dayball as a player is fine. I would say, like, he's probably, like, up there on a Samoa player ranking. Oh, there's Clementine. Yay. Like, I would guess he's probably, like, I don't know, like, number 5, 6, 7, somewhere in that range for Samoa player ranking. Biggest jury threats in Survivor go Omer, Drea, Marianne, Mike, Lindsay, Romeo, Jonathan. I would actually switch I would probably go Omer,
I was trying to stop the truck.
Drea, Lindsay, Marianne.
Shit.
Jonathan, probably. Mike, Romeo. Probably. I don't know, like, Romeo's like, is there going to be this, like, underdog sentiment of, like, oh, he faced so much adversity and got to the end? Like, that could be a thing, but yeah, I'm not basing it on Edgic. I'm basing this on, like, how I feel like they are within the game. Obviously on Edgic it's like a completely different thing.
This is payment for saving you.
Would I rather Danny or Davey return? Davey. It's not really close either. Return to Survivor, at least.
You're a thief.
If we're doing, like, if we're doing like the challenge or whatever, I'd rather have Danny on the challenge. But yeah, like for Survivor, yeah, Davey.
My family. I need to get back to them. We were attacked, and I just need to know.
Yeah, I think Marianne is someone that like I think is like would naturally struggle with gaining the respect of a modern jury. Especially like I think from this current point, I don't think Marianne is one of the more likely winners. But I'm expecting her to like. You would think she would make some moves moving forward, right? I mean, especially that she has an idol. You would think she would do something with it. Especially considering like how they like what subtitled what she said after she found it, which I forgot what the exact line is, but essentially, oh, this is going to help me get to the end and all that sort of stuff. Which, to be fair, that's Edgic. But still, like, yeah, like from an in-game position right now, I don't think Marianne's that big of a jury threat.
So it's safer for both of us if you're tied up.
You feel like Mike has a lot of people that like him from the exit interview? I feel like the opposite. I feel like Mike's gotten mediocre exit interview stuff, particularly from like Chanel was very anti-Mike in her exit interview, and I would guess that Hai is going to be anti-Mike as well.
You say so.
Yeah, I think Mike is losing. Like Mike is not winning this game at this point. Yeah, I think Mike had a really strong edit in the first half. But really these last two episodes have, I mean, like last episode was like a minor chink. This was like a complete, like dumpster fire here. Like Mike's dead. Jonathan's also dead despite having a really strong first half as well. That's why at this point I think it's down to Omer and Marianne. And Marianne didn't have a strong first half. It's mostly like she's had strong content since the merge. And like had like a fine enough early. I mean, to be fair, she had a bad episode 5, right? Where like that was where like Jonathan was like annoyed at Marianne.
Loner thing you got going on. Just be real with me.
But yeah, I mean like
What you're talking about.
I feel like her post merge content's been pretty good. Yeah, Marianne like ends up idling out like a big player. That'll definitely gain her some respect. And again, like I mean, this has been foreshadowed for a while since episode 2 that Marianne's gonna flip on the Takus. I suspect if she's like takes the credit for like let's say like especially like let's say she gets out Omer. If she's the reason why Omer goes home, then I think that's gonna give her a lot of credit as well. Then I do wonder like how much credit does Omer have on the island? Where exit interviews have been very favorable towards Omer, but a lot of it comes from them saying that, oh, we didn't realize how much Omer was playing. So it makes me question, like, did they realize that when they watched the show now, or did they realize that, like, in Ponderosa? Like, when did they realize, like, how well Omer was playing? Recasting BB16 as All-Stars 2. I'd probably do recasting BB14 as All-Stars 2. That's more likely. Because that was speculation between 14. I'm too fair, it's speculation before every season, but 14 was a big one because that was obviously like the
sounds nice.
Like it had been 7 seasons since All-Stars, which the first All-Stars was
You must have been pretty young when this shit started.
season 7.
I was.
And we did get returnees.
People looked out for me too.
What happened to that?
So yeah, I'll probably be recasting BB14.
Same thing that happens to everyone.
Lindsay's getting this endgame player edit.
There's a town up ahead.
Yeah, like I think Lindsay, again, like I said this earlier, I think she's kind of like an Allison in David vs. Goliath.
Can you do that? Please?
Fine.
Where I think she's getting like a bit of a, like being propped up as a big player towards the end here. But is more than likely still not going to win. Probably going to be like 5th, 6th place, probably. And like Sierra Dawn Thomas was another one I brought up. Mike and Lindsay both posted a picture. Oh yeah, I did see that. Yeah, they went to a Mets game together, so that's something. Yeah, I do hate that there's no Ponderosa. Hopefully it's just a one-time thing, though. Hopefully it's just because of the COVID restrictions at the time. Casting Big Brother with all former Survivor players. I could, but I don't know how like likely it is anytime soon. Because season B, like Generation X, where everyone has a massive flaw going into the finale. I think everyone has a massive flaw now. So yes. I mean, if we're talking about like edit wise, then yes. If we're talking about like gameplay wise, then like I think Omer's looking pretty good, but like I think like edit wise, and to be fair, like edit wise, like Omer doesn't technically have a flaw necessarily. I mean, like I do think his edit doesn't really fit within the theme of the season. Come on now. But and like I don't think his like, you know, like something I have an issue with is the fact that like his opening confessional is something that is very reminiscent of Erica's, but then his edit doesn't support that at all. Where like with Erica's, like she talks about I'm gonna be a lamb and turn into a lion. Her edit represents that. The fact that she is very quiet in the first half and then springs up in airtime in the second half. Tony had a similar thing where he said that he's gonna, like not, I forgot what the exact line is, but he's gonna sucker punch, whatever. Like he also gets very little, like not necessarily little content early on, but like gets content that like undermines his threat level early on. And then like eventually springs up at the end. Omer's edit does not support his like confessional of like, oh, I'm gonna act like a pigeon, but I'm really an owl in the night, or whatever his confessional was. Like his edit doesn't support that, where he instantly comes off as a big player. In episode 2, he's already talked about as being the brains of Taku. Like that, his edit doesn't support the theme that his edit is supposed to be based around. Like to me, that is the major flaw of Omer's edit. Which like I think if this was like a season in the early 30s or something, maybe even like if there was a situation like Tommy and IOI, I think it wouldn't be as major of an issue. But I think in modern Survivor, I do feel like they fully go in on the thematic storytelling. And I think like the only situations they don't is again in the Tommy situation where there is the Dan Spilo situation that they want to cover up, or in like with Sarah in Game Changers where they covered up like a lot of her villainous stuff because of the Varner situation. It's like unless there's like an icky situation across season, which I mean maybe you can argue like the Jonathan thing, but I don't think it's even like I don't think the show portrayed it as that. Yeah, like I just don't think Omer's edit fits the like overall themes of the season, to where like I feel like Marianne's of her being a weirdo and her being like this kind of underdog figure and that she's coming out of it now. I feel like that fits the themes more than Omer's does.
Let's go this way.
Thoughts on Nehemiah as a character? He's fine. I mean, he's one that's obviously playing it up for the camera and blatantly so, but I think he still makes for good TV. I literally went like 5 minutes talking about Omer's massive flaw. Do I know? I had no clue who the fuck Brew was on the circle.
Listen, I gotta take care of something. Hang tight.
Wait. What should I do?
Yeah, I've literally never heard of him in my entire life.
You make some friends?
Yeah, barely have talked about the circle, right? But still, yeah, I mean, like, there's not that much to talk about. Considering it's pretty just baseline circle. I am hoping I'm hoping it'll be like last season, where I feel like last season week 1 was also like kind of like
Some moves, I'll give you that.
And then it got better after that.
From somewhere. I don't know. Maybe. Garcia. Javier Garcia.
Maybe I'm just jaded, but Marianne just still feels like this right before the finale fan favorite boo. Again, it's still a possibility. However, I think if anything, I think she could be like a losing finalist at this point. Like while there's still the chance of her being like a boot earlier than that, like I just feel like the edit has, and to for I thought this was Tiffany last season where I thought the edit set up storylines and it led to nothing. But like with Marianne, it's like again like from episode 2 we have that setup of her flipping on Taku. And it feels weird that we're getting to a point where Taku is the majority of the people left. And if she doesn't end up flipping on Taku, then like what was the point of all that setup to Marianne flipping on Taku?
What do you think? Should I call?
Like I could see her getting to the end and like being looked at as a flipper and not winning because of that. And like losing respect because of that. But I think it's less likely that she's booted like next episode, or because like really we only have like 2 episodes before the finale. Like there isn't much time left here.
Ain't that a pretty sight? Good looking hand there, but not good looking enough.
Well, I didn't do player rankings at the time David vs. Goliath, but if I were to guess, I would say Christian would probably be, I don't know, probably like 5 or 6, maybe. I mean, like, who's above Christian? You got Nick, Mike, Davey, maybe Allison?
Don't turn away from me. I'm talking to you.
Maybe.
Hey, what's the point in talking when I already told you a deal is a deal, and it's done?
What's going on?
I don't know. Yeah, he would definitely be. Would Alec be? Maybe. I don't know. I mean, like Alec, I still don't get why did he flip on Natalia. Like that's something I still don't fully understand. Like how was that a good move in any conceivable way?
Damn right. So you better figure out a way to fix this. And I mean real fast.
But yeah, like I think Christian would actually be relatively high. He'll probably be 4 or 5. I think Mike would be number 1, but I'm not 100% on that.
Listen to him. He's not even nervous.
Did preseason power ranking for All Stars 3 have Melinda at 2? That seems pretty high. I would not have Melinda super high, personally. Or again, she did well in All Stars, in All Stars 2, but that was a much weaker field than this cast here. Where I would not be coming into it, I would not be surprised if Melinda was like one of the first few boots. What would a BB13 player ranking look like? I mean, I remember this was like a big topic way back in like when I started the Twitch stream, where like that was like something like I remember talking about Adam Pock's game quite a bit on the earlier streams. But yeah, it would be a disaster. I mean, like, would Shelly actually be number 1? I don't know.
The gun.
I don't know, like, what would it be?
Say he attacked you and that he was going for his gun.
Like, I mean, would it be Portia? I don't know.
I only shot because...
Shut it.
It's such a train wreck of a list. I really don't know what I would even do.
There's a herd out there and you're firing off a fucking... What the fuck happened here?
He attacked Javi, okay?
Who said they were coming back to the challenge but wouldn't?
You really have to shoot.
In terms of what? So glad Xanders thinks they won't call back Alec. I thought Alec was decent TV.
Look at my eye, man. Of course she's telling the truth. The guy ripped her off, reached for his gun, and
yeah, I thought Alec was good TV. It's just obviously like the fact that he broke NDA that made it so he's not ever coming back anyway.
I figure out what to do with
you.
Oh, hey, what? Are you for real?
As real as it gets.
Again, when it comes to like, is he a better player than Xander? I think that's like a question mark. Like Alec's definitely someone that would win if he got to the end, but like he was just so far out from winning, and like I don't know his path there at the point that the Davids got the numbers, but still.
I'll even have someone come take a look at that.
If we mad if someone from All Stars 3 went home because they're pregnant, that would be weird if that happened again. But then again, I guess that is the trajectory.
That was cool of you.
Well, you're in love with Parker now from The Circle. I mean, yeah, she is very attractive.
Thanks.
And both Parker and Alyssa, I feel like both of them are pretty attractive.
Don't think this makes us friends or anything. Hello?
If Omar got a cooldown episode for next 2 episodes, he'll be number 1. Like, to me, that doesn't matter. Like, I think people put too much credence into, like, from the Edge community on, like, oh, this person needs, like, a cooldown episode, or this person needs, like, I don't know, like, I think there's too much, like, focus on, like, Edge charts, when in reality, like, they don't matter. Like, they legitimately just don't matter. On, like, because again, the editors aren't giving a shit on like, oh, we need to make this person under the radar for this episode. We need to make them middle of the road for this episode. It's like, they don't give a shit. Like, they're not paying attention to that stuff. But yeah, like, I don't think like a cooldown for Omer would really do anything. I think if anything, like maybe like some negativity in the penultimate episode might change things up.
Yeah, good.
Because I think that's something that is like a noticeable trend across Survivor Edgic.
I'll try to keep that in mind.
Is the penultimate episode is usually one that tries to detract from the winner.
They're saying she killed a man in cold blood.
But yeah, like just in general, like I don't think Omer really needs a cooldown episode necessarily.
Exactly.
I think his like overall trajectory from an edit standpoint is like kind of set already.
I had it coming. Believe me.
Barker's next to Lauren O'Connell, well, then good for you. Top 5 females going into All-Stars 3 are Janae, Melinda, Kellyanne, Kendall, Kayla. I think if I was not spoiled, I would have Kellyanne, Kendall, Kayla, Janae. Yeah, I think that would probably be my top 4. Just I would not have Melinda as high. I'd probably have Kellyanne 1.
If there's anything I can do to help.
Kellyanne 1, probably like Kayla 2, Janae 3.
I know a thing or two about losing.
Actually, no, probably Kellyanne 1, Janae 2, Kendall 3, Kayla 4. Because I think Kayla's probably someone that I'm not expecting to be that well integrated socially on this cast.
I hear you, but
Eleanor, you done yet?
Who would I have more faith in, Ayanna or Janae? Janae. That's not even close.
All right, here's what we're gonna do. I'm driving you that junkyard myself. Get you out of my hair.
Omar seems to get negativity now. It's not really negativity though, is it? Like it's more so because it's not shown as like, oh, what a like dick Omar is. Like it's more so like him being like a fun villain, more so than like negativity as in like, because like it's not the negativity that I'm talking about where I'm talking about like maybe things that like kind of undermine Omar. Or things that like show Omar in a bad light. Like this isn't necessarily like showing Omar in a bad light.
No way. Not putting you in that kind
Like it's more so like showing him like as someone that's having fun playing the game. You would have Ronnie at 5. I do not feel good about Ronnie at all. Like I feel like from watching her, and to be fair, I don't know how she is like physically, but she seems like really boring in the videos they've released so far. Whatever. Is it Cinco de Mayo? I guess that is a thing, right?
I'll be right there to give it.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's too risky, and if Muertos were to somehow surround us, we...
Don't worry. It'll be fine.
Yeah, like I don't think Kayla knows many people here.
I've got to check on some patients.
And like obviously like people, they obviously like have meetups outside of like the actual seasons, but
I never would have guessed she had
yeah, like outside of like Wes, Sylvia, Jordan.
She's something.
I guess she's done a season of Veronica, right? Or like maybe in more than one season, but I don't think they ever got along. Yeah, like I don't really. And for Veronica's also like not that well positioned here either. We'll go with Trip in the morning.
Trip's got more muscle, just in case. We'll wait and get a ride with him.
Glad you're finally listening.
Does Tara win BB Can 9 if it was a final 3? Yes.
I thought you'd just be another asshole like everyone
Possibly unanimously.
And to think that when we first met,
which is hilarious. I'm trying to think, does anyone not vote for Tara? Maybe Ro, maybe.
That herd passes. We might as well get some sleep.
I don't know. I mean, like I feel like Tara would win like almost unanimously there. Notice that Sylvia now has an accent, does she? I didn't even pay attention. Oh, I forgot that they do flashbacks. I completely forgot that was a thing.
That's good.
Yeah, Veronica's not good in the recent seasons. To us, Veronica's never been that good physically. Like, she was fine in earlier seasons, but, like, her main pro has always been, like, her social... Not necessarily even social ability, considering she was not well liked by, like, half her cast. But she did usually have, like, a very strong, like, core group on earlier seasons. But she doesn't really have that on any of the recent seasons she's been on, and I don't think she has that in All-Stars 3 either.
You don't have to make the switch all at once.
If Tara won, is she better than Jillian and Dick?
I don't know why we
Probably.
don't make it automatic.
Because every car out there ain't an
And probably, I guess.
You need to be able to drive whatever
I think Tara wasn't voted on until Final 5, right?
once we get down to Florida,
maybe not.
ditch the wheels and I'll make a sailor out of
Considering she was someone that like was actually well liked by the jury, I think that's the thing in her favor. Where obviously both Jillian and Dick were not well liked by their juries.
I just can't get him to talk. It's unusual for.
Is Jemmy in a good position? I think Jemmy's in a good position to have longevity. I don't think she's in a good position to win. Like, I'd be very surprised if Jemmy wins a final against this group of people.
Are you sure Florida's better?
But like, Jemmy has enough connections here to where like I don't think she's like going home early. Though to be fair, we don't really know the format per se. Like, I mean, if it ends up being like full on free agents format and she gets like thrown into elimination like out of her control, then like yeah, that's probably not a good position for her.
That was a bit better than last time, I guess. Proud of you, Clem.
Yeah, I like this. Driving is fun.
Would Mike be the easiest person to make into a me? I mean, I guess so. I've never tried to make a me, so.
I swear this kid never makes a peep.
I would assume so, though. I mean, the less hair you have, I guess it's probably the easier. Jimmy was doing decent in the All-Stars 1 final, but that was also against weaker competition.
That's just a bit odd.
To where, like, again, this is a season that is, like, pretty stacked.
I got it. Turn the wheel.
To where, again, like, against, like, even, like, Kayla, even, like, Sylvia, I think they would do better in finals than Jemmy. Obviously, John A., Kellyanne, other person, Kendall. Like, I just think there's so many other people that would do better in a final than Jemmy would.
Hey, Jay? Oh, God. You're okay.
I mean, we won't know for sure about, like, who wins final 3 between Josh, Betty, Helena until after season, I feel like. Again, like, whoever wins the Josh and Betty final 2 wins that final 3, though. Again, I don't think Helena's winning. Where I think the only person that would vote for Helena is Kevin.
You're alive. Thank God.
It doesn't seem like anyone else has respect for Helena. So the question at that point is, yeah, does Josh win? Because yeah, like the assumption I'm in right now is that I do feel like that Gino, Marty, Jace are locked to Josh votes. But again, like if this anti-Josh sentiment has been spread around for as long as it has, like I could definitely see Gino and Jace like flipping if it is like as strong as it seems like it is. I do think Marty is probably still pro Josh, especially like after the jury segment where he seemed to be like calling out Moose for being bitter and stuff. I feel like he's still locked in on what he thinks. But again, who knows about Gino and Jace if there is as much negativity.
You gotta go help AJ, Clem. I ain't letting you watch those fuckers chew me up.
But I mean, I would hope he wins. Again, I feel like this is gonna be such a. I mean, again, it would fit the season, but it's still gonna be such a weird season. If Petty does beat Josh. Who's taking who if they win final 2? Betty and Josh are taking each other. Kevin would probably take. Actually, I don't even know really. I mean, because like he does look at Josh as a big threat, but he also has been propping up Betty to Josh. The question is, how much does he believe that? So I actually don't fully know where Kevin would go, but it doesn't really matter as Kevin would beat both of them anyway. But again, like we don't know for sure who Kevin would take. But Josh and Betty are more than likely taking each other to the end. I don't think anything will stop Betty from doing that. I think Betty is locked in on taking Josh. I think Josh can be convinced, but I just think it's at this point pretty unlikely.
Sure. That's what I'm gonna do.
Summer vote Helena over Josh? I don't think necessarily. Again, like it matters like what this sentiment, because like I think if we're in a position where Summer is voting for Helena over Josh, then I think that also means Herman and Moose are bitter as well to vote for Helena over Josh.
That's the place.
Oh shit.
But yeah, like it's just a matter of like how bitter is the jury actually at this point. Where with BB Can juries, they typically don't stay bitter. They typically do flip back around by the end of it. And to be fair, last season's a train wreck where like they decided based on whoever won final HOH. But like when each of the jurors got voted out, there was a lot of very anti-tie sentiments. And by the end, they weren't as anti-tie. And the same thing with BB Can 6, where when everyone was leaving, they were anti-Paris. And then by the time we got to the vote, they were okay with Paris and obviously ended up voting for her. So like I do feel like with BB Can juries, like most like negativity seems to go away by the time they actually get to the vote. But again, if Helena's still under the assumption that Josh would lose, and like this is like probably again if this is tonight, which it seems like that interview was, or at least like sometime within today, that more than likely means that that's after the round table, which would not be great then for Josh.
Thanks. It was scary at first, but once the
I think the difference is they don't respect Josh's game at all. I mean, they didn't respect Ty's game at the time, and they didn't respect Paris' game. Again, that's what I'm saying, is that I think the perception changes. So, like, obviously they're not respecting their game when they leave, but then the thing is that they change their perception on their games to where they end up respecting them.
Oh no. No sign of him.
Is Betty the first black woman to make Final 3 since Danny? I mean, Azza.
Kate.
But outside of that, probably?
They're trapped in there.
Ariana, stay back.
Do I think Kevin would fight for Josh if he's eliminated? Probably not. There's not going to be enough time to anyway. Again, like, you're at final, like, you're at the, like, you're going on stage to vote, like, you're not going to have much influence. Even Final 4, I don't think you're going to have much influence. Really, I feel like the biggest, like, Final 5, I think, is the last juror that's going to have, like, a major influence on how the votes play out. Mind you, to be fair, like, Kiefer did have some influence on BB Can 9. Where, like, it did seem like, Victoria was thinking about voting for Brayden, and then Kiefer convinced her not to at the last second.
Javi,
but still,
you found us.
Hey,
how they not put Kahada on this season? Well, I mean, they were going for all finalists, obviously. I do wonder if like that was actually their thing, but then, oh, I was gonna kiss her. God damn it, I pushed the wrong one.
Nice to see you.
Didn't Cliff have influence on BB21? No, it's the opposite. Like, Cliff came into the jury house bitter against Jackson, but then by the end, he ended up siding with the other people who were pro-Jackson. It's like the complete opposite, actually. Where, like, they convinced him the other way around, more so than he convinced them.
That's all that matters.
You're more confident Omer's gonna win? I'm still around the same. Like, he's number one on my power ranking, but I still feel like something's off.
You hurt yourself.
Must have scraped it in the truck. Didn't even notice.
Hey.
I'm Jackson. Like, Cliff left the house, like, very upset at Jackson. Not because, like, Jackson betrayed him, but because Jackson wouldn't own up to the fact that he betrayed him. To the point where, like, even in his goodbye message, he was still pretending, like, I didn't do you any wrong or whatever. Like, Cliff was just, like, really annoyed at Jackson when he was leaving. Towards, like, I think Cliff always, like, had it in his mind that, like, if I'm voting on gameplay, which is, like, how I want to vote, I should vote for Jackson. But he's just, like, doing so much wrong here that it makes me not want to vote for him. But, like, the entire rest of the jury, or majority of the jury, was pro-Jackson when he goes there, which I think further convinces him to side with Cliff. Or with Cliff sides to vote for Jackson. Who would Kevin vote for? I think he would vote for Josh.
Oh, and bubble bath.
But, like, I don't think he's gonna have much influence on other people voting for Josh.
Between you and me, These kinds of missions don't usually go so well. But you found every single one of your people. And you found them alive, healthy, reasonably cheerful. It's a hell of a thing.
You agree with Jackson in the Cliff thing because Jackson was forced to back a bogus deal? I mean, yeah, but like also like Jackson should just like it's bad jury management to pretend like you're not lying or whatever, to pretend that you're not like when a juror is telling you I feel betrayed, and then instead of just saying okay, yes, I betrayed you, you go no, I did not betray you because of this and this and this. Like that's a bad look. Like you're not doing good jury management by not owning up to the fact that you betrayed a jury member when they blatantly want you to just admit that you betrayed them. It's like it doesn't matter if like he's technically in the right. It's more so about like how I completely missed the death scene. But yeah, it doesn't matter if he's in the technical right. It matters like how he makes Cliff feel when he goes home. Like, I don't fucking know if Jason and Gino are dating. Like, who fucking cares? Like, I don't care if they're dating. If they do, good for them. If they don't, I don't give a shit. I think Jackson knew Cliff wouldn't vote bitterly. I think you're overestimating Jackson. I don't think Jackson really thought about it. Because again, like Jackson essentially almost made Cliff vote bitterly. Where like obviously like Cliff didn't want to vote bitterly. But it's like he's literally almost forcing his hand to make him vote bitterly. Does Jay still have the most DRs? No, Kevin passed her. This last episode, or maybe it was even 2 episodes. Like I think it actually was like the episode after Jace went home. And I think Kevin's pretty locked in to have the most DRs by the end of the season at this point. Because I think it's like, I mean, it is locked in. Like, it's like 30 DRs different from Betty, who is the next highest that's still in the game. Which, like, finales usually only have, like, a few... Like, I think they usually have, like, 5 or 6 DRs from each player or something like that. So, yeah.
It's time to go, man.
Stay here and we finish
I have never watched Cliff's YouTube videos. I know he does them though. So that's something. What do you think of my winner picking high? I thought he had a pretty shitty run, if I'm being honest. I talk about it in my review quite a bit. I am not high on High's game.
We have to end this now.
No, Javi, please come with us. Please, come on.
Get her back to Prescott.
Yeah, we'll side with Clementine this playthrough, I guess.
Go with them. I'll be fine.
Would Ika have beaten Karen in the final 2?
Just keep firing until they're out of sight.
Probably not, realistically. I don't know. I think Dimitri's would have. Especially, like, at this point, like, hearing from more of the jury members. Ika, though, I am still unsure. Where, like, I think if you were to ask Bruno now, I think he would say, yeah, I probably would vote for Ika, but I think that's, like, kind of revisionist history. Based on how much time's passed. Like, I think it's, like, a thing that's, like, a bit unknown, but, like, they may have begrudgingly voted for Ika, but I think it would have been a tough vote there. I don't care about any of these decisions, whatever. Moving on to part 2. Which Brewer game impressed me the most? Derek. I was saying like Derek or Tyler. I would say Tyler's probably. Like, I was very impressed with Tyler at the time. Like, Tyler would probably be the best survivor, be the best Big Brother winner had he won. Where I would put him above Derek for sure. And to be honest, I think at this point I'm kind of a bit more conflicted on who's even higher between Derek and Cody. So like I think Tyler, if he won BB20, would be number 1 on a winner ranking.
Please let me do the dishes. That's the least I can do.
What I think of the first 4 episodes of Circle, I thought was meh. It's fine.
Your family.
More of the same, more of the Circle. Don't give a shit about the Spice Girls, but
becomes a big baby
yeah.
about it
I think as a whole, the circle to me is getting kind of old.
Well, then tell the big baby
Like I just think the format isn't something that's super interesting after a while.
Nah, I know you don't mind, but
And
I won't be
like, well, I really like US season 3 because of the like how strategic it got towards the end.
You're right.
But
David does.
Again, so far this season doesn't really have that, so I'm kind of just like on it.
Forget I said that.
Can I see you having a girlfriend? I mean, I would assume so, right? I assume anyone can get a girlfriend at some point.
So where do you think you'll go?
Don't know. With what happened, I'd be amazed if I could get a job assistant coaching T-ball.
You'll land on your feet.
I think Tyler had the Sam week, which was bad. Which Sam week are we talking about?
I'll probably just travel around.
And in the end game, had some luck with Casey winning a bunch of comps, and Derek didn't really need that. What are you talking about in terms of luck with Casey? Like, Casey winning comps was bad for him.
Well, what about David?
Like, Tyler was in a position where everyone's taking him to the end.
I'm just
Like, he is literally, like, that's actually the worst case scenario for him, that Casey keeps on winning comps. Because that way he gets to the end with Casey, which is one of his harder win scenarios. Like, really, he gets into his worst possible Final 3 scenario where he loses against both people. Where, had he gotten to the end with Sam and Angela, they were both probably taking him to the end, and he was winning against both of them. Like, the fact that Casey wins competitions is a massive, like harm to his game.
He should be more worried about you slicing.
Where's the art chart for a season? I don't know where it is online. What's her or his? I don't even know if it's a guy or a girl. Oh fuck, I don't have it anymore because I'm on a new computer. But there's someone named Ariel that does the DR charts.
Hello.
If I don't like the season, will I be done with the circle? I'll probably do season 5 still, just because it's in the same cycle. We'll see after that.
Why don't we get an actual dishwasher?
Here we go again.
Then you won't be on my
Is Emmett letting all of Jillian's allies get to the end and knock free? Yes, to a degree.
You're both overreacting, okay? It's not that big a crisis.
It's
out of this, Javi. We don't see your ass.
Let's see. So it is a knock.
Then when your life goes to shit,
in the sense that, like, obviously the people that get to the end game are people that are more loyal to Jillian than they are to him, with the exception of Gary. But also, it's like he still fully maintains Jillian.
Always judging everyone except himself.
You know what? You're right.
And also, like, he didn't have the opportunity, right? Like, he wanted to take out Andrew during the Peter boot week, but then Andrew wins veto, right?
It was an accident.
So it's not like he like purposely does it. I think it ends up being like more so because like certain people win certain competitions that forces him to get to the end with those people. But yeah, I mean, like, it still is a minor knock there. But again, still not that major of one, considering he gets the 3 with Gary and Jillian, which was his best case scenario from the final 5, where he gets rid of Tala and other person, Andrew. Problem is that obviously he's not able to keep Gary in his corner, but a lot of that's due to the fact that Dan came into the game and told Gary that, hey, you can't let Emma get to the end.
Oh God, Mariana.
By Sam Week. Yeah, okay, yeah. Like him letting Caitlyn go home. But then again, also he was like kind of willing to let Caitlyn go home by that point. Because like Caitlyn to him was always like kind of like a shield. Where like somehow he was able to make it so Caitlyn was perceived as the big threat out of the two, where the way the house perceived them was that Caitlyn was the big player making the decisions while Tyler was just in the background, like being like a servant to her. But like he built this perception that Caitlyn was the bigger threat. But like with how like emotional she was being, like he was kind of just like willing to let her go there. Like he didn't really fight for her to stay. And like it wasn't until like when Rachel started to fight for her to stay that like he was like, okay, I guess we can try to keep her around. But like, I don't really consider it that major of a knock, considering he wanted her to go home, and also like, I don't think it's that detrimental to his game to let her go home, considering he had so many other options. Because it's not like Caitlin was like the only person he had in his corner. Like, he literally has like half the house wanting to take him to the end. Like, it doesn't matter if Caitlin stays or not. And if anything, I think keeping Caitlin again, like, is a detriment to his game, considering it's someone that is attached to him, which means that more than likely, if they do go for Caitlin, like, Tyler's someone that could be a possibility of someone that goes on a block against her. And also, it's, again, there's so many options. So it's like, it's kind of like similar to like Gino getting rid of Kyle, but like in the situation where Gino had like a final two with literally everyone else in the house, not in a position where he only had deals with Kyle and Jace.
Hey, hang on a sec.
Would Brad have taken Tyler or JC the final two? He would have taken Tyler. He even says that in his exit interviews, which is why he's as upset with Tyler. Why does Shannon's fan base hate Total Madness? I don't like Total Madness that much either. But I think a lot of it's the editing. That, I'm too fair. I just think like the back like third-ish of the season is like really boring. Because like at the point where like everyone has their skulls, it's like, or like most people have their skulls, it literally just becomes into like, okay, the people that don't have their skulls automatically go into elimination. That's kind of boring. I think a lot of the cast is just kind of boring. The editing isn't that good. I think there's a lot of reasons not to like Total Madness.
He deserved so much more life.
Do I think around BB25 we'll get in our coaches season? We could, but I don't think it's like I don't know how likely it really is.
You should have been the one burying me. Someday.
Well, it's like, I mean, it really could happen at any time. I don't think there's like a specific like timeline of when they need to do a coaches season. But yeah, it's like it could happen, could not. Biggest flaw, Dan's a player. Dan's a player. I don't know if there. But yeah, Dan's a player. I don't know if there's any like inherent flaws that come to mind. Maybe that it would be ideal if he was a better like comp competitor, especially on BB14, because like a lot of like his like downfall on BB14, or like the reason why he faces as much adversity as he does in BB14 is because like he doesn't win the right comps, and like the Shanes and Franks of the world keep on winning comps, and Ian's like they just win most of the comps that season. But I think that's probably like his greatest flaw as a player. I think when we're talking about like his individual games, I think BB10, like obviously like him being on the outs during the Brian week, and then also his final 5 round is kind of a bit wonky where he goes home if Memphis if him or Memphis don't win the veto that week.
It's like an initiation thing. I was kind of stuck in.
Yeah, I mean even then, like outside of that, it's a pretty strong game.
It was bad. I'm lucky.
Yeah, one that he's not really in the driver's seat the entire time, but still.
Were you a prisoner?
Does some impressive maneuvering throughout the game.
All that matters.
B14 is obviously a lot more complex, considering coming into it he already had the anti-winner sentiment.
Good. Just like you always wanted.
Was adding international players to the challenge a net positive or negative? I think it's a net positive.
Your family's okay.
I think UK in particular was like I think at the time Vendettas, I think adding in UK players was a net positive. I think when we're getting to the point now where like half the cast are international players, I think that's where we're getting a bit overblown. But I think the initial concept of bringing in UK players is a good one. B26 makes sense for coaches, sure. Yeah, I don't think it really matters. Like, BB24 could be coaches for all I care. I think it would make sense there. I don't think it really matters when it is. It could really happen at any point. But yeah, 4-year cycles, I doubt they care. Like, I don't think they're thinking about that. Again, if they did, then fucking 14 would be all-stars. But I think I'll stop reviewing The Circle at some point. I think it's more likely that I stop doing The Circle than most other shows.
You're back.
How's Kate?
They didn't really ruin the casting of International until Spies, Lies, and Allies.
Came out of surgery.
Yeah.
Eleanor
Because, like, actually, and now I think about it, a lot of the bad choices for double agents are Americans, right? And it's like, it's more so like them casting from like random shows than internationals, right? Because like, it's like them getting like Joseph from America's Got Talent, and them getting like Leo Rush, who's like a wrestler. It's like stuff like that. That I think was like the bigger negative.
As soon as I could.
Would I vote for Helena versus Josh?
Mariana.
If I was in the game, I would vote for Josh. I think from an outside perspective, I think it's a bit tougher.
Bastards did her one favor at least.
Because the thing is, like, I think Helena has done really terrible jury management, in the way that she treated Jace, in the way that she acts, and not even, and really, this is like also another deep flaw I have with Helena's game, is like the fact that she essentially lets Kevin make all the decisions. And like I do worry that I'm going to come off a bit too negative on Helena in the review, but like I genuinely just think that like Helena is just so willing to let Kevin do whatever he wants. Whereas like every single time that like Helena's like saying, and too for Kevin's also saying that okay, Helena was obviously like part of the decision making, but it's like also Kevin gets his way every time. Like Helena never fights to get her way at any point. Like she just goes along with whatever Kevin wants to do. Even at points where she knows that like keeping around Jace is better for her own best interest, she still allows Kevin to make the decision for the duo. I think that's like a massive issue I have with Helena's game. Is like the fact that she never truly makes the decision despite being in the position to do so. And then also like in bad jury management. And like actively bad jury management, to where like Josh's bad jury management is like kind of different from Helena's, where like again Helena's is again like she's essentially telling people that like Kevin is the one making the decision, don't blame me, which is in turn essentially tells them that okay, you're not playing, like you're not the one that's making the decisions for the duo, it is Kevin. But also in the sense that she's like blasting JC on her way out and stuff like that, while like Josh is more so like, because he's an emotional figure, like he's someone that is like, I guess it's not emotional, it's more so like he has these connections with people. Then again, he's not even like that actively making these connections. It's more so that he's just a likable social guy, and through that they're assuming that they have this game connection, to where like again like the Summer thing, like where she feels so betrayed by Josh. It's like Josh like didn't have any like real like alliance with Summer necessarily. Like she assumed they did, but like they never talked game. Like they had no real like true connection game wise. Yet she feels so betrayed because of like her assumption that they have a game relationship because they have a personal relationship. So it's like I feel like for me like that doesn't matter as much when it comes to a jury vote. Like I wouldn't care about that. In terms of like, I don't think that's like actively bad jury management necessarily. Where I think it's more so like him playing the game in a way that the jury doesn't respect, more so than him actively managing the jury poorly. So it's like I think Helena is someone that was better actually, was Helena even better positioned for more of the game? I guess so, right?
I don't think I can.
Well, like obviously Josh had a lot of opportunities where he could have gone home, even though Josh had more allies around him.
I take it that wasn't his.
I think it's actually like I think it's a very tough decision. Like obviously I would vote for Kevin over anybody. I would vote for Helena over Betty. I would vote Josh over Betty. But I think Josh versus Helena I think is like kind of close, because like they have two like pretty different games. Like games with like different pros and different cons.
Your boy stomped off towards the front gate.
But I think personal connection in terms of game connection, it's kind of a different thing in the sense that, like, because like game connection assumes that you are going to move forward with them in the game. where like obviously the game is a game where like people are going to be eliminated every round, and you're going to have bigger priorities. Like it's like with someone like Josh, where he has a personal connection with, like, let's say he's at the final 8, and let's say he has personal connections with 5 of the final 8. He can't have all 5 of those people go like further into the game with him. Like he needs to make a decision on like what's the order of these people, and it is a failing on people like a Summer not recognizing that okay, she's 5th on Josh's pecking order.
You're right.
That despite the personal connection that they have, she's still like 5th out of the people that he has a connection with.
I know it.
Like there is a like ordering of the relationships that he has that that again someone like Summer didn't recognize that she was so low on that pecking order.
I can't be some helpless little boy anymore. I need to be a man, just like my dad was. He knew how men were supposed to act.
And again, like Josh betrayed her without warning, but a lot of that comes from Summer's like misread on her relationship.
Yeah, and look what a good job you did. Next time, I'm not gonna sit back and watch. I'm gonna do something. I have to.
Where, and like too, for also like the like it was there. Like I mean, if you're paying attention, like I mean, I feel like Summer should have picked up on the fact that they didn't have as close a relationship as she thought they did. But again, I don't think Summer's the greatest player in the world. But yeah, like again, like if she doesn't vote for Josh, then like I get it, I get the jury vote. But I do also feel like it's a failing on her end of not recognizing where she was on the pecking order. Canada is getting a jury vote this season.
I thought you kicked her ass out.
So that's the thing. Do challenges matter on Survivor? Not that much. Challenges matter a lot more in Big Brother than Survivor.
Knock, knock. Anyone home?
Shit. He was one of the
Challenges needs to get more Love Island UK people on.
freaks that brand themselves.
I guess. Why in terms of challenges? With Big Brother, challenges are used to dole out power. People that win challenges get direct power over how the game plays out. They get the power to nominate 2 people. They get the power to take someone off the block. Challenge wins in Survivor literally only give you 1 round of immunity and don't give you any leverage in the game. Unless you're utilizing that power as a leverage, but that's more of a social move that you're making after the fact. Than the actual power of the actual challenge itself. And also, it's like when it comes to challenges, like challenges are not respected as much on Survivor. Like someone like with Big Brother, again, like because challenges lead to power. Like there's the perception that okay, if you win a lot of challenges, that means you had a lot of control over the game. So through that, people that win challenges usually gain a lot of respect from a jury. Because they're perceived to have a lot of power over how the game played out because they won a lot of challenges. With Survivor, that's not the case. With Survivor, all you're given is 1 round of immunity and not necessarily the ability to get your way. But through that, you get to the end where like you have people like a Brad Culpepper who doesn't get the jury votes despite winning 5 challenges across the season. You get Colby Donaldson, you get Ozzy. Ozzy's a bit more of a wonky situation, but again, like with challenge wins, it doesn't correlate to respect on Survivor.
Just give them what they want.
Largely because, like again, the challenges don't matter as much. It's literally just 1 round of immunity.
You don't have to drag her into our fight.
I don't have to, but I kind of want to.
Summer never made plans with Josh, and Josh should have recognized that. Yeah, I mean, again, also failing on Josh to not recognize that he was on the bottom of the crash test dummies, which he doesn't realize until Betty ends up telling him that, and then he starts to piece it together.
No fucking way. He'll kill Francine.
He might kill her anyway, Conrad.
We'll fire, right?
We gotta risk it.
Worst quitter? Yeah, probably Brandon. Because again, it's kind of a double-edged sword where, yeah, his, like the girlfriend that he was so in love with, like breaks up with him immediately afterwards. But also, I think it's like also, like, I don't think he was, oh fuck, I wasn't paying attention. I think he also like recognized that he wasn't going to do well in the game, so he just kind of quit because of that too. Do I think Austin from Providence has one of the most unfair edits because he quit? Yes. I think specifically because he's the first quit. Where really, I feel like, I'm too fair, like all quits are justified, and since obviously everyone has their own reasons for quitting. But I feel like Austin's quit in particular is like very, like it makes sense why he would quit. Like he's someone that like had like a whole bunch of staff, and part of this is from like him being kind of an idiot and selling his clothes at the beginning of the game, but he's still someone that had like no clothes for most of the season and had like multiple staph infections and everything. It's like obviously he's gonna quit. It makes sense.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, what are you talking about? With the jury, Canada only gets one jury vote. The rest of the jury's still voting. It's just there's one jury vote. Because again, there's 8 jurors. So essentially, the Canada's vote is essentially a tiebreaker. Like it actually doesn't matter because again, I don't think the votes are gonna be close enough to where it will matter. But yeah, there's still a jury vote. It's just that Canada gets a jury vote. What I think is the most unjustified quit in Survivor? I'm probably like Julie McGee or something. Or fucking Lindsay. And Cagayan's like kind of dumb. What was Betty's best move? Turning Josh against Kevin and Helena, probably. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's like the only like move she actually like successfully does, right? Because like she tries a lot of stuff throughout the season, but she's like very little like she has like very little like not agency, but like she's very like she's not actually able to get her things to actually go through. Where like that's like one of the few things that she actually does successfully and is actually like pretty good. Imagine if it was like BBAU and Canada just decided the winner. Yeah, I mean that would. I mean, to be fair, like how many results would actually change? I feel like most results would be the same anyway with BB Can. I guess Gary would win season 1, right? John would still win season 2. Sarah would still win season 3. Nick and Phil would probably still win season 4, but that would be like a bit closer. I feel. Kevin would probably still win. Paris and Kayla would probably be pretty close. I think. Actually, would it though? I mean, like the public hated Kayla, so it probably would be Paris. Dane and Anthony would probably be Dane from a casual standpoint, and then Tyra Braden I think could go either way. It'd probably actually lean Braden, I think, but still, Sarah was not hated. Sarah was loved. Like that's why Sarah and Brittany keep on getting all the fucking advantages and all the twists that favor them is because they were loved by Canada. Why was it randomly introduced? It wasn't. I mean, this is kind of like obvious, like from the fact that they started a 8-person jury. We knew that it was either they were going to vote someone out or they were going to have Canada as a vote. Like, it was kind of obvious the entire time. I actually thought it was going to be the latter though, or whatever. I thought they were going to vote out someone. Because again, I thought they were going to do, because like we've been having these twists that go back to former seasons. I thought they were going to do the redo of what happened in BB Camp 3, where they vote out a jury member, but I guess they didn't. Yeah, I did try the Coke energy drink. I actually don't hate it. I haven't seen it in a while though. Actually, now that I think about it, I haven't seen it in a grocery store in a while. So I don't know if it's like it's just like sold out in my area or what, but I remember there was a point where like it was like buy one get one, and they're also like $2 each, so it was essentially like $1 each. I bought like a whole bunch of them. Yeah, I like them for the most part. Why Julie quit in San Juan del Sur? Because she missed John Rocker. Well, actually, really, it's because like it was right before, because like the merge boot for that season was going to be was not going to be on the jury, so she wanted to be taken out before the jury because she was worried that if her and John Rocker had been split up for long enough that they would have broken up, which, spoiler, they ended up breaking up anyway. But, yeah. Mostly that. I think Anthony could have come close. I don't think Anthony was liked by the general public, though. And also, Anthony didn't get the biggest edit in the world. Where I feel like BB Can does this a lot. Where, like, I feel like BB Can has a lot of, like, revisionist history of people where, like, there's a lot of people, like, I think Anthony and Ty are probably two biggest examples right off the bat, where, like, there are people that are, like, obviously we're liked by the superfan community and everything, but, like, we're not liked by the, like, general audience, and also, like, we're barely, like, we're not on the show that much. Like, both Anthony and Ty got, like, very minimal edits, especially in comparison to the other people they got towards the end with. So, like, I do feel like the fact that, like, Anthony's been back so much since BB Can 7, yeah, we've seen very little of Dane. I think, like, feels like kind of revisionist history after the fact of, like, them trying to make it seem like Anthony was more popular when that simply wasn't the case.
You ain't gonna stand up for nobody but your own. We just lost someone too.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Well, I mean, you're right, but also, like, it didn't really lead to much. But yeah, Betty creating the alliance with the Showmance and Josh that kind of almost got Marty backdoored, but didn't end up getting Marty backdoored. And even if that were the case, like, Kevin and Helena were obviously able to convince them to not do it anyway. So, like, I don't even know if that would have gone through by the end of it anyway. But yeah.
He's gonna hurt you. No way. Just do it already. I don't even care anymore.
Just put it down, Gabe.
You know, like the idea of Canada getting full say on who wins? But they're not. Like, it's literally in the case of a tie, which at that point, it's like, who really cares? Like, at that point, it's like, it was close enough to be a tie anyway.
Don't touch my uncle again.
Fuck me.
Gabe!
Let him go. He just needs to cool off.
Is Kayla my favorite dumbass? I mean, I guess. Adam would have won a public vote? Yeah, he would have won against anybody, I think, in a public vote. Yeah, there was no Canada's favorite player at that point, right? Yeah, Adam would have for sure won fan favorite for 7.
We have to bury her.
Have we talked through this before? For who would have won fan favorite for previous seasons? I think we have, but I probably forgot.
Well, we're not safe here either.
Yeah, Adam would have won 7. 6 would have been interesting. Who would have won 6?
If it's true, they'll have food, walls, maybe...
Would it be Erica from, like, all the way back?
All I want is to find the motherfuckers who did this.
Yeah, I don't even know who would win 6.
They took my home. They took my... God damn it.
Oh, yeah. What, 5 would probably... I mean, 5 would be Ica. 4 would be Tim or Cassandra.
It's something.
3 would be Brittany. 2 would be, I mean, John if the winner's eligible, but if not, then I guess Netta? Or maybe even Adele? Allie was not that popular. I don't think Allie would win a public vote. Like, she was shown on the edit as a mastermind, but she was never, like, popular in terms of, like, what the, like, public liked or whatever. But then season 1 would be Gary, obviously. If it were to continue with Sheldon win fan favorite, probably not. Again, Sheldon wasn't that well liked by the end of it. Who knows? I mean, how the season would have played out, but
what can I do for you here?
Like, I mean, especially like by the Superfan, like there were a lot of people in the Superfan community that for sure didn't like Sheldon because they didn't like how he handled the Jamar situation. Allie got a big-ish edit. I mean, it's more so like it's not even that she got like that many DRs, but it's more so like she got credit for things. But I don't think that translated into popularity.
Thirsty isn't good.
Where like I think Paris would have won a public vote over Allie.
Hot.
How have I not banned Bryce yet? Because I haven't banned anybody. Actually, to be fair, I did ban Bryce accidentally one time. So, I mean, that is a thing.
It really hurts.
Wow, I never knew you were the self-pitying type.
Hey, when you get shot in the spleen, I think they give you a self-pity pass.
so we're probably gonna finish this episode then end, I think.
We do.
Depending on how long this takes, I guess.
Sound fucked up, but maybe this is.
By the way, I forgot if I mentioned this already, but I'll probably stream tomorrow. Because tomorrow is the BB Can finale. I should be able to watch it live. Yeah, I mean, like, once I do, obviously I'll have to write the script to make sure everything's ready on that end, but
He's gonna have to deal
again, when I'm done, I'll probably try to stream. We'll probably do like one episode of Walking Dead Telltale. It won't be a long stream, but it'll probably be like 2 hours or so.
I couldn't stop it. And Gabe,
Who I think is a lock for Challenge 38 that isn't already on.
isn't it obvious?
I don't know about lock, but I think very likely like Fessy.
Turning into David.
He
might be.
Who else? Probably like an Esther.
He's not that sweet boy I first met. But maybe this is better.
Gabe is doing just fine, Kate.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember who's in the running anymore. Let's see if I can look it up.
Wants to step
Oh, cool. It's actually there. Yeah, I mean, I can run through a short list and say who I expect to be on.
All I care about is him becoming.
Yeah, so I mean, Amber B, I expect to be on. Emmy, Esther, maybe Casey. I don't know where Casey is, but like if Casey wants to do it, I think she'll be on. Sadly,
You're buying it whether you
maybe Marie, probably Melissa,
Hey.
Probably Michelle,
Sorry. You should get some rest.
probably Nicole Zanata, and probably Tasha. I think those are like the likely women. Men, Devin for sure, Fessy, Emmanuel, maybe Jay, depending on how the COVID thing like harmed his relationship production. Kyle, I think, is likely. Logan, if he wants it. Nelson's likely. I think Tony's likely. That's probably it. That would be like 100% locked in. Or be like very locked in.
Now.
I've got some bad news. Well, we got a bunch of cars clogging the underpass. Too many to drive through. We're gonna need to move some of them out of the way.
Hey,
I'm
going too.
I'll stay with Kate.
Is that a thing? Like Nicole Zanata has like a racist moment?
Awfully convenient the pass is blocked like this.
Oh, is this the end of the episode? No, right? Because you have the tunnel thing, right? Or is that a future episode? No, this is the end, right? No, you do have the tunnel thing. Yeah, because this is where you get separated, and then you have the tunnel, and then you... Okay, yeah. Either way, whatever. I've never watched The Real World. I've never watched a single, like, full episode of Real World.
Nope.
I think it'd be interesting if I, like, at some point get around to watching it. He has a fucking, like... He has, like, piercing on his eyebrow. Is that a thing, or is that, like, just a weird glitch? Because I've never noticed that before.
You good?
Nah, man. I'm not good.
I know.
What the fuck? That was such a weird interaction. Would I watch Love Island UK and Ex on the Beach UK? Probably very unlikely I'll ever get around to watching them. I'd probably be more willing to watch probably Ex on the Beach, I would guess. I don't know.
Those might come in handy.
Camilla didn't get banned for what he said Leroy. Yeah, but I also feel like times kind of changed a bit to where I feel like they wouldn't want any sort of backlash for that sort of thing nowadays.
So? We were just talking.
It's better adapting Jesus TV show or game? Probably TV show. Considering I don't think the game was that good. Not too fair. It's not like the TV show was like that great either.
What's up?
They're both fine.
It's complicated.
Like, there's been worse, there's been better.
I had a friend. He had a wife, a son.
If Menace and I switch usernames, do I think it'll be hilarious? Not really. I really wouldn't care. Like, I really wouldn't.
In the end, never think
But
otherwise.
do it if you want. I mean, you can tell something's off with Camilla. I think there's like a lot of narcissism and whatnot. What are you supposed to do here again? I guess not there. This is like the only explorable area in the entire episode, right? I remember that's like a dumb thing about this episode. She's not racist, she's a mother? Well, yeah, obviously. I mean, how can you be racist when you're a mother?
Conrad doesn't look too good over there.
Tell me about it.
He's a good
How big of an asterisk would Canada's vote be in deciding winner for you? Not that major of one. Yeah. Because yeah, like, I mean, they still got 4 votes out of 8. It wouldn't be like a major asterisk. Like, it wouldn't be like to the point where it would put you on the bottom of the winner ranking or anything like that. But I mean, it definitely would be like a thing to mention of like, okay, that was definitely like an element of I don't know if it's necessarily luck, but it's like obviously partially luck in terms of how like the edit portrays you, or how the producers portray you on the edit. But yeah, like I wouldn't like completely knock someone for that. Like if Josh, like let's say it's Josh and Betty final 2, Josh wins in a 5-4 vote, winning with Canada's vote. He's still like around where I would have him before. Like he's still like a middle tier winner.
Cable to reach the wreckage, but need to release it first. There's plenty of cable to reach the wreckage, but need to release it first.
Oh yeah, I always found Camilla entertaining. Like even on like really every season before Dirty 30, I thought Camilla was entertaining. Like she's just a fucking train wreck. Like she's like perfect reality TV, but like not the type of person you ever want to spend time with. But
that'll do.
Yeah, I mean she's like last season though. I feel like obviously takes a massive negative turn.
This is the release for the winch spool. Huh. But the lever's broken off.
Is there a winner that'll be lower than Dick without getting voted out? No.
But need to release it first.
Probably not. I mean, unless it's well, actually no, but then they'll be voted out. Yeah, I mean, I don't think so without being voted out. What am I doing? Oh, there's a wrench. Yeah, I mean, that definitely makes it even more icky, the Camilla stuff. The fact that she ends up winning the season, too. Wait, what is going on? What the fuck? He just, like, walks around. Okay, fine. Whatever. Yeah, sure. That was dumb as shit, but whatever.
Now I can pull out the cable.
Is Haley a better winner than Christy? Yes.
Hopefully that'll hold.
Where again, like to me, Christy was voted out.
Here goes.
Like she was essentially voted out. It's just that they didn't go through the formalities of doing so. Where she gets saved because like she was going to get voted out in the round where Sue gets traded to the other tribe, but like they had no clue that that was going to happen coming into tribal. So like for all intents and purposes, she was voted out. It's just they didn't get to the actual vote itself. I mean, you want to be the Marine and if you want to do it, I guess. Oh, fuck off, god damn it. Well, I mean, no, she got sent to the hotel. Well, actually, too fair, it was like kind of separate from the racism, right? Because like it was because she was like so drunk, right, that she gets sent to the hotel. But it was like during the same incident that she, like yelled out the racist stuff at Leroy and everything. So I guess it's kind of like it's pretty much connected. Where's Haley on a global winner ranking? Pretty low-ish. I think the Shane Haley debate for me is like one that I do debate.
Go. Just drive. Get her to Richmond.
Really, I feel like Haley is probably one of the biggest like struggles with the assessment of a winning game, because like she gets voted out, comes back in the game, is in a position where she blatantly loses out on that round against the person that she ends up winning in a jury vote against.
Thanks.
But it's like there are like some excuses for why she gets voted out. Like I still do falter. Like I still do think the way she handles that entire situation was not like ideal. Like the fact that she all right, like even like going back to when Simon gets voted out, the way that she splits the votes on Danny when it was like between Danny and Flick, and that causes her to lose like Danny's trust moving forward. I think that was like pretty bad in its own right. Or like again, if it was a situation where like, oh, it was Haley going home had they not split the vote, then I would be like obviously okay with it. But like it's a position where it's Flick, and like Flick's someone that she loses the trust of immediately after the merge anyway. So I just think like her entire like that portion of the game, like the end of the pre-merge and then early merge, is like a very wonky section of the game anyway. But it's like again, like her getting voted out, it's like it is perpetuated by a twist, but I don't think she plays around that twist well.
We have to come up with some kind of plan.
So it's like it's kind of wonky on like is she vote like how much to knock her for being voted out or not.
Great. This is just fucking great. What the hell are we gonna do?
Calm down.
I've tried Coke with coffee. I didn't like Coke with coffee. It just tastes fucking weird.
That's not true.
Fuck you, Conrad.
Yeah, I did not care for it.
What? Where? Shit.
Best console of all time?
Wait, was this all a trap?
Like, I mean, I don't know.
Guy could have a rifle.
Like, I think from a technical standpoint, I would probably say I guess PS5. In the sense that PS5 plays every game that's on PS4, and PS4 already includes like a lot of games that were on previous consoles. So if we're talking about games that were exclusive to that console, at least like at the time of release and everything, then I would probably maybe go back to like GameCube or N64. But like N64 is like a weird one where like there's so many like top tier games, but then like there's also like a lot of shit, and then also like some games that or like there's not like that many games on N64. But then like the games that are really great on N64 are like all time great. Oh, it's fucking Bandage, isn't it? It's not fucking yeah, it's not Piercing. I'm a fucking idiot. Whatever. But like I feel like GameCube is a great console. I mean, really GameCube, PS2, Xbox, like those three were fantastic. And like even PS4, when we're just looking at it from an exclusive standpoint, is pretty great too. PS3 is pretty great when we look at exclusives as well. If we're talking about like handheld, like GBA is really good. Gino a better player than Jed?
Don't make a move.
I think you can make the argument. They're both not that good. So, I don't know. I think they're around the same caliber. I mean, yeah, PS2 is like a really iconic console. Where like before I stopped video game collecting, like PS2 is my is the console that I have the most games for. And like even at this point, if we look at the games that like looking at my game collection, and like the games on the shelves, which at the time that I like decided on what should stay on the shelf or not, was like essentially what I was deciding on like what I'm gonna keep or what I thought was like worth keeping. Like PS2 is the console that I have the most games for there too.
I overheard that little argument just now.
There's a lot of like really iconic
Shoot me, right?
like franchises that started on PS2, which to be fair, that's like a lot of consoles. But still, I mean, like you got like the first few God of War games. You got Ratchet and Clank. You got Jack and Daxter, Sly Cooper.
We all have.
What else is there?
Fresh wounds. That makes sense. You're going to Richmond. That tells me you got something to do with what's going on.
Oh, yeah, a lot. Like Tekken games are pretty good.
Look, man.
Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy X. Oh, I'm not even looking at the screen. Devil May Cry, that's another one. Oh, fuck off. Okay, that's what I get for not looking at the screen.
Don't move.
Yeah, PS2 is definitely a like really iconic console. Like it has a great variety of games too. Mind you, its library is fucking massive, and that's part of the reason. Like SSX games also. Yeah, like there's just like a wide range of games. Like where like any genre that you like, you're going to find games in that genre on PS2.
What? No, I'm not with those guys. You got this backwards.
Avi, this guy's full of donkey shit.
Is Tokujin's coach the best character ever? Probably.
I'm telling you. I'm on my
It's definitely
way to
up there.
Richmond, just like you. I lost touch with some good people there when the New Frontier.
I think Tokujin's coach probably like Russell and Samoa.
What did you say?
The New Frontier.
There's probably a lot. It's probably not easy to remember all of them. From Chance Versus series, where I like the cast Celebrity Big Brother. I mean, I think Louise Hazel's definitely a big one.
At least now we got an
Is emulation amazing on PS2 as well? I mean, we're talking about like emulation, like PS2 emulation on like PC. If that's what you're talking about, I'm not sure. I've never tried it. But if we're talking about like PS1 games play on PS2, that's a thing.
From what I hear, it should be a straight shot into Richmond.
Oh, yeah, Casper. Yeah, Casper's a really good one too.
I could lead you guys there.
I kind of forgot about Casper, to be honest. So I kind of forgot a lot about Champs Versus. I might actually have to rewatch it again before I do my spin-off ranking, which is going to be kind of annoying, but I might have to do that.
That's really not necessary.
I'll trust him.
Lower your guns.
Where did Haley rank as a winner if she didn't get voted out? Very high. I mean, not like at the top of the top. Or like to me, she's still.
Thank you.
Yeah, I still think that middle portion of the game is like kind of wonky.
This way.
I think she probably also gets like a bit too much credit for like certain moves that happen in the end game.
Sorry,
but should be what bottom top tier, I would guess. Should be below David on Australian Survivor 1 for sure. Yeah, like on PC. Yeah, I haven't tried PS2 emulation on PC. I'm sure it's solid. Like I know, I mean, like they can emulate PS3 on PC, so I'm assuming PS2 emulation's pretty good. Considering PS3 is like a fucking pain to emulate.
We can hide in here.
Yeah, like I haven't used emulators in a while, but when I did, I was like mostly doing like NES, Super Nintendo, GBA, and like some N64. But yeah, I never really did much emulation outside of that. Yeah, I already filmed the challenge season ranking, and it's actually Ray edited. And actually, it's coming out in what, 2 weeks? It's actually not that far from now. At this point, I think it's 2 weeks from Saturday, right? When is it? May 21st. So yeah, it's an hour and a half long. Is that something? Where's Mark ranked? I think he's like at the very bottom of the top tier. Again, like to me, him and Yule are kind of back to back, just because of how benefited they were from like twists and formats like outside of their control. I think Mark is probably below Yule, especially because like at least Yule's someone that was like out in front the entire time. Mark is someone that was like actively not out in front, but still, I feel like that's a bit of a knock on a winner ranking, where like all these people are people that have won already. Yeah, I did finish Ozark, which again, a bit conflicted on the ending.
I know you're hungry.
See the ranking be controversial. I feel like we're ready to talk about this. Probably not super in terms of like the things at the top, but I think like the placement of certain things in the middle might not be favored.
We're gonna wait for them to go, and then we're gonna find you some dinner.
Favorite version of Boston Rob? Yeah, like I think in pure entertainment wise, I think Marquesas. I think Redemption Island is still really good. Really good for Boston Rob. Like while Redemption Island obviously gets like a lot of hate for it being like, oh, Boston Rob dominates the game. There's no intrigue. Like watching Boston Rob across the season is really what makes the season.
Hey there. Hello.
Never understood why Bloodlines is hate. I understand it. I just like still like it despite that.
Pretty big group of them out there.
Yeah, like I get why people don't like Bloodlines. Like the cast is shit. Like half the cast are Bloodlines, who most of them are not entertaining. And then even when from the vet standpoint, most of the vets aren't that entertaining. I think the format is also like a really weird one where people are essentially getting tethered to their loved one and get eliminated when their loved one gets eliminated. Like that's not great either.
Well, I'd say we make a pretty good team.
You love the ending. You're a Wendy stan. I guess. I'm. It's like I get that they don't get a comeuppance.
Guys living here?
Like I get like thematically that it's like trying to show like, okay, in real life, obviously these are the people that don't get their comeuppance. These are the people that are able to get out of these situations. And it's like I get it. But also, it would have been great to get like their comeuppance, specifically Wendy. But whatever, it's fine. And the fact that like obviously like it's spoilers for Ozark, which to first very spoiled part of it. But the fact that Ruth is the one that like gets killed, which super I fully expected it by the time that
They died.
the mother of Javi, that was his name, right? Once like she started to get a whole bunch of screen time, I was like, okay, yeah, this is where this is going. But yeah, like the fact that like Ruth ends up dying, and then
I'm Ava, and my group.
Yeah, the entire like family gets out of it scot-free. Like, yeah. It's like again, I get it thematically, but probably not my ideal outcome.
Meet my people. We have food.
Rep was Spice Lies and Allies, last, Bloodlines second last, Whole Man is third last. Again, I get it. Again, that's not my ranking, but I get it. God damn it, I was looking at the screen. You think Double Agents is worse than all three? I have it ranked in terms of those seasons. I have Bloodlines 1, then Total Madness, then Double Agents, then Spice Lies and Allies. Kind of ridiculous that Rob was able to get a group of people to follow him so blindly. Yeah. I mean, to a degree. Like, some of them weren't following him blindly, necessarily. Like, I think, like, Ashley is someone that wasn't, like, following... And, like, Andrea also. More people that were, like, necessarily following him. They were just expecting him to either go out at some point by the end of it, or were people that, like, would not be able to win at the end.
But
then we're just wrong.
What I told you earlier,
like it's kind of like a Tom Westman situation where, like, I think that's the thing about Tom Westman that people don't talk about is that Tom Westman's clearly like by his tribe. It's not like people like loved Tom and wanted to keep Tom around the entire time. Like Tom was very clearly being kept around because they thought he was like gonna get voted out along the way.
They're not all like that. I'm not.
And like Tom was someone that like they obviously like don't have the opportunity to eventually get him out when they want to because like he wins immunities constantly. But like they never expected him to actually get to the end. Like they didn't keep him around because they were like blindly loyal to Tom. It's because like they didn't think he would actually they thought he was a big enough threat to where he wouldn't be able to get to the end. I think Boss Rob was like kind of a similar thing, though. To be fair, Boss Rob did have like Philip and Natalie, who were more so blindly loyal to him, and to a degree Grant. But
because if they're really in control in Richmond, I can't let them.
Yeah, I think with Grant it's also like kind of a different situation where it's like Grant thought he was working alongside Rob, more so than like just following Rob. I think if Tyson didn't screw his and Rob's game on Heroes vs. Villains, so I think Rob gets pretty far. I mean, obviously they make the merge. I think it's very unlikely they don't make the merge. I think at that point, I think Rob's probably gone near the merge, right? What am I doing here? Okay. But he's not that well positioned coming into the merge, where Tyson was already planning on flipping at him around the time of the merge. But then you have, like, because I'm assuming that if Rob gets their merge, then he's getting there with Tyson, with Sandra, with Courtney, and all those people have other options. Like, and like also like that probably means Coach makes it there too. So like Tyson Coach would have JT on the other side. Courtney would have Amanda and JT on the other side to work with. You have Sandra having Rupert to work with. It's like all these people have so many options while Rob really has nobody. And like with Tyson already planning on voting on him, then he probably is not long for the game. I think Hero is likely to win, though. Again, like if Rob doesn't, like if the flip doesn't happen on Tyson, then more than likely the villains are going into the merge with numbers, right? Like more than likely they're not losing certain comps. They're probably getting to the merge with probably like a 6-4 advantage, I would guess. Like let's just say Russell and Parvati were voted out, and Danielle, I guess. Let's just say that. And we're getting to a final, like a 6v4, where it's Rob's alliance. So Rob, Coach, Jerry, Sandra, Tyson, one other person, Courtney, and then the other side is probably Candace probably goes home to go to tribal again. Maybe Colby. It's between the two. I would probably say they would vote out Candace, especially because like JT would have the numbers at that point, and I think JT would side to voting out Candace. And also JT would have an idol at that point too, right? Because like he wouldn't give up the idol to Russell in this situation.
Okay, let's go.
So it would be
I wouldn't touch that gun, girl.
yeah, they would probably vote out Candace, so then it would be JT, Rupert, Amanda, and Colby who'd probably stick together at the merge. I don't know if they flip right away though. I feel like I don't know why I'm actually properly going through all this now. But yeah, like I don't feel like they would flip it right away. I feel like they'd probably wait a round or two to guarantee they have the numbers. So I think maybe, but again, if JT has an idol, then like if they play it successfully at the merge, they're probably voting out Rob anyway. Rob's probably the merge boot. But then like where do they go from there? Like they're obviously going to be big. You would assume they're going to be big jury threats, the heroes, if they get to the end. So it's like Tyson and actually I guess Tyson's really Jerry. I guess like who else is a power player left on that side? But like are they really going to allow?
She's not a bargaining chip. She's a friend.
Allow the heroes to get to the end where they probably win a jury vote?
How's that for an answer?
Go
So, like, I mean, and like Tyson at that point would be a big threat. He might be taken out by the end. Like, I mean, there's just a lot of there's like obviously just a lot of game to play out. What's Tyson's legacy if he never comes back for Blood vs. Water? Probably pretty low. He's probably looked at as like probably Eric Reichenbach, but like obviously not as iconic. But
I'm just gonna
Javi, please.
fuck it, fuck Conrad. Sexes 1 and 2 are extremely overrated. Yeah, I don't have them too high.
You two should go.
Should post these random stream scenario run-throughs on YouTube Shorts. Yeah, I could, but I don't care enough to. If I cared enough to like actually put those together, then yeah, I probably should.
It just happened so fast.
Like I know Peridium's been doing stuff like that, right? Where he's like been posting like parts of his YouTube videos as like shorts, and then as like on TikTok and stuff like that. Well, like yeah, I'm sure that would be like a thing that I could do that could do well, but like I also don't really want to do it. I don't like shorts just in general. So like I would never do it on the main channel. I feel like that would just annoy me. And like I think it would be more likely to do it on the live channel. It's just that like who cares on the live channel? Like it only has 80 subs at this point anyway.
He's gone.
So I don't know.
I'm sorry.
So that's it?
And also that. Oh, and to be fair, shorts don't have monetization anyway, do they?
Conrad.
Yeah, I know there's a channel. What was it? Founded Scarab, which is a channel associated with the like Four Pillars community that I follow. But yeah, like he's someone that like was started YouTube around when I did, and like had around the same following that I did for a while. But then recently he's been doing a lot of shorts, and all of a sudden like he like blew up in terms of subscribers. For like he's at like 17,000 subscribers now, and like he has like what was it, The Life of Arthur Morgan? He did a video on that got 736,000 views. The Greatest Assassin's Creed Scene of All Time, 647,000 views. I think there was another one that he did that got a lot of views. Where is it? Yeah, there. The History of the Hidden Blade, 1.5 million views. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. But what's funny is that he's getting no money from any of that. That's so depressing when you think about it. That you're getting, like, you got a video that got like 1.5 million views, but you're literally getting none of the money for that.
Whatever the fuck they do. Maybe we just got lucky.
Like, I feel like that would just depress the fuck out of me. Where, like, again, like, at the end of the day, like, that doesn't really matter too much. Like, I don't really care that much. But it would still, like, disturb me, the fact that I finally had a video make 1.5 million views, but it's a video that isn't monetized, and a video that, like, didn't get me, like, anything, like, any revenue. Like, that'd be so fucking depressing.
Can you see anything, Javi? What are they doing?
Oh, god damn it, I just closed chat. I'm an idiot. Let's get that back up.
That's their car.
Hey, keep it down.
Do I have X's too high? I have it pretty high. It's in my like top tier of seasons.
Kate, can you hear me?
This is the end of the episode, right?
Kate, talk to me.
Yeah, shorts don't have monetization, but YouTube has this like thing where if you make shorts, they'll pay you like a certain amount a month or something to make shorts. I think it is something like that. I forgot. They asked me to do it, and I said I didn't do it. But I forgot what the deal was. But yeah, they tried out this like thing to monetize shorts. Not really to monetize them, but like more so to like get you to do it by like paying people to do it. Let's see.
She hasn't come back.
Yeah, the YouTube Shorts Fund is what it's called.
Jesus, how far is it to their compound?
Not too much farther now. A couple blocks at most.
Gabe, help me lift her up.
Yeah, creators can qualify for a bonus between $100 and $10,000 from the fund, with the amount adjusted based on performance metrics. Okay, so I guess it is like still based on performance, so at least that's something. But still, it is still weird. Was Desi only my winner pick because of Remo picture? I mean, that definitely helped, but no. If I were to do a ranking with the Disney shows, I would probably leave it separate. The Disney Plus shows. Yeah, I think once, like, if we ever get, like, whenever we get an official end to Phase 4, I think maybe that's where I'll jump back into MCU. But again, I'm kind of at the point where, like, I would like to get back into it. I kind of, like, had that itch to do so after listening to the tier listing with that Puya did. But yeah, it's like I don't really have the time right now, and I don't really, like, know if I, like, need to do it now. So yeah, I'll probably just wait a bit.
I wouldn't blame you.
The coach ever a chance of winning Heroes vs. Villains? Not really. Didn't have much respect.
Hey.
Yeah, like I don't see how the votes get there unless it's like the heroes are like super pro coach, and coach that gets to the end with like all like with like I don't know who would coach have to go to the end with in a scenario that's likely. I mean, I guess like obviously if we're saying like okay he gets to the end with Parvati and Russell, then yeah he wins. But almost anybody would beat Parvati and Russell.
Isn't gonna work.
It was your men that shot her.
Yeah, like I don't know what realistic scenario for him that he ends up winning.
We don't owe you shit.
It's where Tyson Cena's a good player when he's only played one good game. Yeah, and that's something I've thought about when it comes to like him as on like a player ranking and stuff. Is where does he land? Because like he obviously has the skills for the game, but like hasn't truly been able to demonstrate those skills. Where like he's only had one like good game, and like it's a really good game. And like he has like semblances of that on like Heroes vs. Villains. You can see early on that he is well positioned there. Like for someone that doesn't know the game at all, he plays like well enough on Tokyo-Tunes, just mismanages his threat level. Yeah, there's not that much to praise on Winners at War, but he came in with such a massive target anyway.
Now all of you, lower your weapons.
Might be a good idea to play along here, at least for now.
So I don't know. It's kind of a weird thing. Yeah, Tyson hasn't really lived up to all the potential that he has, but again, has one good game and does seem to have a lot of potential. It's where like I feel like that's why I still would place him pretty high. But again, he's still like not top 10 or anything. Do Leroy and Naya have a chance to win X's2 if she doesn't get DQ'd? Probably not. I think Teresa is a better partner for him than Naya.
What the hell's going on out here?
To where like I think having Naya there would probably actually make it worse.
Oh my god.
Let's see MOM, but I know all the cameos now. Yeah, I actually looked up spoilers for Doctor Strange because I just knew I wasn't gonna watch it. So yeah, I just said screw it. I want to see what happens. So that's the thing. Interesting. Who wins? Russell, Jerry, Par, final three? Jerry. All the votes that Sandra got go to Jerry with the exception of maybe Courtney would go... Actually, no, Courtney would go Parvati. But I think outside of that, it should be mostly the same. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do episode 3. We'll start it. We're not going to finish it, but we'll go for like another 30 minutes or so. Now, I think tomorrow what we'll do is we'll probably do episode 3 and 4.
Previously on The Walking Dead.
Then what? If I finish 5... I guess that doesn't work out that well, does it? To finish the series next week. But whatever. We'll figure it out.
People's awake.
Tyson could have easily won out on Tokyo-Tunes if he didn't lose the final 8 challenge. Yeah. I mean, I think Tyson was like far and away the best competitor left on the board. To where, again, the challenge he loses was shuffleboard. But again, that shows you how highly variant immunity challenges are. Where that's why I don't consider immunity run like that impressive, is because like you have moments like that where like they're like you're highly dependent on what challenge production decides to put there. And to where like Samotion's also something that's like not super skill intensive, to where like Tyson could definitely lose that. But I mean, there were a lot of like obstacle course like related challenges on Tocantins. So we're like, yeah, I feel like Tyson would be the favorite in those.
Hey, what do we call you?
Sorry.
Oh yeah, you're right. Coach would go Jerry. So yeah, it would kind of even out, wouldn't it?
Friends call me Jesus.
I fucking knew it.
You're one of them?
Is my random favorite on the challenge? No. I would probably have to look at a list of challenge competitors. I don't know. I always like Teresa, but then again, like Teresa's also like very messy. I don't know who the real answer would be. Was everyone going to beat Parv and Russell? Pretty much. I mean, like, maybe Danielle. If Danielle was in the final 3, then maybe they would have voted for Parv. But yeah, I mean, like, it's... And even then, like, Russell would probably get votes in that situation. Unless they go for Danielle. I don't know. Well, like, I don't know how Danielle would have done. But pretty much everybody was beating Parvati and Russell. Because, like, if it's a final 2 between Parv and Russell, Russell gets votes. Like, JT would have voted Russell. Amanda probably votes Russell. Yeah, I mean, that's probably it. Candace, Yeah, I think everyone else goes Parvati. Yeah.
Let's just get this over with.
But, yeah, final 3 with Danielle. I don't know. I don't know if they vote for Danielle or not. BB11 player ranking. It's probably what? Number 1, Kevin. 2, Natalie. After that, like, I don't know, 3, Jeff, I guess? I don't know. Maybe Michelle? Maybe.
Of course it's empty.
Griffith Tyson lost because him getting blindsided was a great moment. Yeah.
We needed it or anything.
Easy, Kate. Maybe there's something else we can use in there.
Who's the best player on Survivor that has no chance of coming back?
I came out here for that tank. I just thought we deserved to
Who's my top one-time players? Maybe someone like a Rafe. Oh shit, I'm not gonna look at the screen. Oh, I guess Tommy actually would probably, like, Tommy's not coming back. But yeah, I guess there's not like a 0.000% chance. But it's obviously very, very unlikely. I do love that, like, I didn't even bother to get good logos for old videos. I do, like, find that really funny. Oh wait, I'm not even looking at the screen one. I'm telling you, like, most of the people I have on my, like, top 10 one-time player list, most of these people are not playing again. Like, at this point, the only people that I could see playing again are, what, Dom? And that might be it. Mike White doesn't want to play again. So yeah, it's probably only Dom. Tommy's never got a call. I mean, there never was an opportunity for Tommy to get a call. Like, I mean, obviously he was on the challenge, but in terms of Survivor, I mean, there's never been an opportunity for him to get a call to come back. Because they were never going to put him on Winners at War. Because at the time filming, he wasn't named, like, he wasn't declared the winner yet.
I'm sorry. I was just so fucking scared.
You froze.
But Jeff and Michelle over Natalie? I could see the argument for it. I would still probably lean Natalie above, just because Natalie had a lot more agency early on in the game. And, like, while she had poor jury management, I do feel like she had a lot more influence in how the game played out than especially Michelle. I think Jeff, maybe you can argue it a bit more.
I don't even know what to call them.
Other than Ozzy, who else do I think are the best challenge competitors in Survivor? Mike Holloway probably is up there. I'm too fair. Mike Holloway is someone that I think gets very lucky in terms of how the comps play out, because I think something I didn't even really notice until a bit more recently is that Mike Holloway never wins an endurance comp against Carolyn, where every immunity he wins is one that that has a more physical element of it. All the endurance comps, he wins one that was split between the men and women, where he beats Rodney for the men, but it's like, again, that was nothing. He gets lucky that was like a split one. But then the other immunity challenge, the other endurance competition in Worlds Apart, he loses to Carolyn, and that's when he has to play his idol. So, Chris Underwood got the call for Winners at War and turned it down. Which, to be fair, I don't know if he would have been put on the cast anyway, but yeah, he did turn it down.
Since he drove away with your mom.
What are you saying?
Does Big Jeff beat everybody? Yes. By the final 5, yes. I mean, even maybe before that. Obviously, by that point, like, you're like reconstructing the jury, where a lot of the reason why he wins is because like Jesse and Russell were going to vote for him, and he also would have had the votes of like Jordan and Michelle locked in.
And if they don't, we'll just make them see it our way. We have to go. How come?
Do I think Joss will be on next season? I think there's a chance. I'm not like 100% he's going to be on next season.
We're safe inside the house.
Colby's very overrated in terms of challenges. Because also, it's like, it's not even just the fact that he had terrible competition out back, which he did, but also the fact that if you look at the challenges he wins, like, none of them are like super intensive challenges. Like, what he wins, the fire making challenge, right? He wins a slingshot challenge. He wins Fallen Comrades. He wins, what else is there? But either way, it's like, it's a lot of like not like physically intensive competitions.
Javi's right.
How about you guys go and I stay here?
And actually, the only truly physical competition, he loses to Nick.
If I need any help, I'll just
So yeah, it's like, I think Colby's very overrated in terms of comps. Yeah, Chris just got married. That was part of the reason why he turned down Winners at War.
What's wrong with her? Why is she acting so weird?
And also, I just don't think he really wanted to play immediately afterwards.
Nothing's wrong with her.
But since I guess like he always wanted to like take a bit of a break.
We can't lie to him, Javi. He needs to know.
Will you guys just
Buster Rhymes the best challenge competitor from Early Survivor. Yes and no. I mean, like, Marquesas, like, he's on the losing tribe from a lot of it. Like, the only challenge that he competes in that he wins in the entire pre-merge is the final immunity challenge of the pre-merge in Marquesas. But obviously, All Stars, it's like a really dominant performance. Yeah, Tom is probably the answer. Tom from Palau. Especially when we add in, like, obviously Oolong's dominance and him, like, leading Oolong. Hey, Sotan. Zaitan? I keep on forgetting how to pronounce your name, but yeah. Everything's fine. I mean, I did break my computer last week, but I got a new one already, so that's fine.
So we don't forget.
Of course.
I'll help him. Thank you. Really.
Z-Tune. Z-Tune? Okay. What do I think of Chris's preseason? Or Chris preseason? I didn't think much of Chris preseason. I remember he was like a big fan, and that was something I was like impressed by, I guess. Where like he had listened to the Evolution of Strategy and was like in his interview with Josh Wigler was like referencing it, so that was something. But outside that, didn't have that high of hopes. Ever gonna do a tribe ranking? Probably. Not immediately though. Yeah, I'm doing a cast ranking first. That's kind of the next big ranking of that sort of caliber. But yeah, I'll definitely do tribe ranking at some point. If I were to guess, I would say probably not until like next year or something though. Yeah, when Tom had to face off against Ian, and like beats Ian. I think it's 7 immunity challenges. He wins 5. Ian wins the other 2. Like he beats Ian like all those times. Like that is very impressive. And like it's not even like the other people were like slouches either. It's like you had like a Kobe, you had a Greg, obviously Stephanie. Yeah, it's not like the other people were like bad. Do I think Jace will come back next season? Probably not. Like unless next season's All Stars, then like I don't expect anyone to come back next season. But even if it is All Stars, like I don't know if Jace is like top of mind of someone that needs to come back. I don't think it's out of the realm possibility, but like she's just not someone that would be top of mind for me. Would we be 12 be high on a cast ranking? Probably. Yeah. BB12 is a really strong cast. It's just that the gameplay is like kind of boring. But yeah, like I mean, you have some all-time great characters there. You got Brennan, Rachel, Matt. Even Enzo's really fun there. I mean, even Lane's, I think, a forgotten character.
You gotta let us in.
Obviously, Brittany. I love how I forgot Brittany, which is like the big one. But either way, yeah, you got a lot of great characters on BB12.
She's been shot.
I think of Rick Devens preseason. That was pretty high on Rick Devens preseason.
We need your doctor now, David.
I think he was up there with me and like people I was considering as a winner pick. I remember it was Rick Devens, Eric, and Aubrey, and I went with Aubrey. I forgot how big of a preseason pick Eric was too. Eric Huffman, who like that was his name, right? Hoffman.
Sorry, but the rest of you have to go straight to quarantine.
That's his name, right? I'm trying to look it
All
up.
newcomers get checked.
Is it not?
And they all have to answer a couple of questions. Our doctor will.
All right, Eric Huffman is the one from China.
You have to come with me to the quarantine holding area.
What's the fucking Eric from EOE?
Everyone else had to do it.
Halfman. What the fuck is that? Whatever. All right, Eric Halfman.
The sooner you come along.
Yeah, I remember like he was like such a top pick for most people, and like now he's probably one of the most forgotten people in recent Survivor. I think if I were to do tribe ranking, I think that maybe I would need to do 2 different rankings. Where I think there would be, like my initial thought was to do a tribe ranking in terms of kind of legacy more so than entertainment. And to be fair, that might be how I still do it because like that's how my cast ranking is gonna end up being. But yeah, I could definitely see like there being a separate list for like eventually doing it based on like how well they worked as a tribe.
They promised me someone would look into it. Please tell me they found her.
How do I rank the birds?
What?
Because I barely remember.
I'm sorry, Javi. Really?
Like I feel like Ozark's a series I definitely need to rewatch. Where I feel like I barely remember seasons 1 and 2 at this point.
What?
The people here in Richmond, their new frontier.
Oh my god.
Oh, you ain't even.
But I mean, like in terms of the main ones, like I would probably go. Fuck! I just hit the mic. I'll probably go Marty 1.
I didn't even know you.
Probably Wendy 2. I mean, like it's the 2 main characters. I mean, it's like you would expect them to be 1 and 2. I don't like Charlotte's always been like a weird one to me.
Whoever this guy is.
Or like.
All bad.
Wow, I'm looking this up now. Her actress is only 22. But I always see Charlotte and always like think she's like 30. And like she's never felt like a realistic teenager, but I guess that means that she was a teenager when she
brother? The way you two acted around
when she started the show.
I I just didn't think she had a husband out there, is all.
Yeah, she doesn't have that much to do, particularly in this last like season.
Family drama aside,
like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like Jonah kind of annoyed me, but like at least he's like has things to do there. But like Charlotte's like barely there in the last season.
You folks told me. I'm guessing I'm not gonna find my people alive.
Hell, Javi. They killed your niece. Shot Kate.
Oh wait, did I not get the glitch? They probably, I mean, maybe they fixed it for a remaster. There's a glitch in this level where, or in this episode where, once you enter Richmond, like the textures on Javi's backpack can glitch out to the point where the game crashes. And like I have footage of it because it's happened to me on one of my previous playthroughs.
What was he like when you knew?
I guess it doesn't happen anymore, or at least didn't happen this time.
He seemed happy enough to see you.
Oh, Eric was a lunatic in his Ponderosa. It was funny because he was like such a boring figure on the show itself, and then like he gets to Ponderosa and he's like this madman.
Still find stuff to talk about.
So he's a moody son of a bitch, huh?
You convinced yourself that Tanisha was on Survivor 42 and BB Can? Well, that's something.
He's got to answer for it. They all do. I owe that to Conrad. I'm not just gonna let things slide. I've never really been an eye-for-eye kind of man.
Yeah, it's funny too with Charlotte. Like, there was a lot of scenes where, what's her name, Rachel, right? The girl from season 1, 2 that came back for season 4. Like, there were scenes with her that I was thinking, is that Charlotte? Is this like the storyline getting Charlotte? And I was like, oh no, that's not even Charlotte. Like, Charlotte's not even here. Like, what is Charlotte doing in this season? Yeah, I do find, yeah, it's funny though. Yeah, Charlotte barely gets anything to do. Is Mariah the most forgettable player? I think she's the most forgettable player from this season. And I think as time goes on, she'll probably be one of the more forgettable players.
Maybe you think it's okay to keep a lady waiting. Thought I taught you better than that. Lead the way. Gladly.
Yeah, if I'm doing like the ranking on Legacy, then yeah, like Tagi and Ogre would be high. Koror will be like a bit more of an interesting one. Where like obviously the legacy of Koror as a tribe is very high, but if we're looking at the legacy of the individual players within Koror, it's not as high. Where like obviously you got Tom, and I guess Ian, and I guess Katie, but like really the individual members of Koror don't have that big of legacies outside of like really Tom. I feel like is like far and away the number one there, but obviously like the legacy of Koror as a tribe is very high. Was Tanisha vote actually a blindside? Not by the time it happened. Where Tanisha was told like the day of that she was going home. And even then, like it wasn't secure to where like she knew for sure that the votes were exactly there, but like she knew that Gino and Jace were voting her out. And like could assume that the votes were coming her way. And that's why like in her jury speech or her final plea, whatever, like she's like already like going out on Jess because like she already assumed that she was on her way out.
Things don't go well for troublemakers here.
Took you 5 minutes to remember who Rachel was. I didn't even realize it was the fucking same character until like I like was looking it up like an episode after she appeared. I was like, oh shit, that's her from like season 1. I don't remember the exact what exactly Eric did, but I remember like he was
where are we going?
Like I know he ate a lot of food. I remember that was the thing where like he gained a lot of the weight back and stuff, but I don't remember exactly what it was. Again, watch the Ponderosa video.
He told me some pretty messed up things.
What I think was the worst tribe ever from an entertainment or challenge performance. I mean, probably Ravu is the answer for like challenge performance. The Have Not tribe on Fiji.
I doubt he'd blur his sister's.
But yeah, entertainment wise, yeah, like Lamina minus Terry's were like really boring. I mean, again, like I've always liked Austin. I'm sorry, David. I always thought Austin was like an interesting player, but like still, it's like yeah, it's a bit of a drag. I'm trying to think. I've never found Raro that interesting. like a first swap Raro.
She was so little when we got separated.
Where like I think first swap Raro minus Nate is really boring.
Going through a lot of rough times.
Or again, you got like what? Like you got Jenny, you got like Stephanie, you got Adam. Even Parvati isn't that entertaining on that season. Yeah, Christina Coria.
Gabe said it was people.
I mean, Dan has his moments. Like Dan has like a lot of like fun, like humorous moments from him telling people that he's an astronaut. Is that something? But like none of that happens in the scenes where like Terry isn't there, right? I feel like because like that's the thing that I remember is like the scenes where like Terry's on exile and they go back to those scenes where they're at Camp on the Road, and then like those scenes were like really boring.
What the hell went down out there? I need to know exactly what happened. They ambushed us in a junkyard, just unloaded on us. They chased us back to this town.
Missy's dating Aaron's sister. Yeah, I think we talked about that before, right?
Walkers and tear gas. Leader.
Oh yeah, I mean I2's like an all-time great tribe. Or like minus Flicka. I mean, I guess like I don't know. I mean, I guess like Becky and Sandra, despite them making it far, obviously like we don't get to know much about them. They don't do that much on the season, but like obviously you got Yul, Penner, Candace, wait, no, I missed one. Yul, Ozzy, Penner, that's Candace, and then Cowboy. So yeah, you got a great group there.
Try not to stir things up. You and your friends could have a very short stay. Fuck that. They'll have to drag me.
Well, I think that's the funny thing too is that like people like talk about like why'd Candace come back for Here's the Villains. Like Candace was the bigger character between her and Parvati on Cook Islands. So like Candace was like way more present across the season than Parvati. Where like Parvati obviously has like this like is like kind of more notable, I guess, from the fact that she like she talks about playing the men, and then she has like the hot tub scene at the end of her run. But like Candace is definitely like the more prominent character in Cook Islands.
Ava's my right hand. If there's anyone you can trust in Richmond, it's her.
Yeah, it's a shame that Nate got forgotten about. I feel like Nate is like one of my favorite characters from that era of Survivor. The fact that he's like hasn't returned, despite the fact that he's talked about wanting to come back, I think that's a shame. But like, I would have rather seen Nate back than, like, especially like coming out of that season than like Parvati, Candace.
Said you went back to the house.
Probably would have been like. Obviously, I think Penner is like the.
I'm sorry.
I guess Penner and Ozzy are probably like the two that like you would have assumed would have come back from that season. But I think Nate would be like right behind those people.
You seem like a pretty capable guy. Why didn't you come back?
Mama and I got routed out of the city on the way to the hospital. It wasn't long before she.
Oh, Mama.
I couldn't get back into Baltimore, so I hooked up with my old unit. We thought we could build a safe zone outside DC.
I don't know why that made me laugh and saying I hooked up with my old unit.
I thought you were all dead.
Yeah, I think we're probably gonna wind down stream here in a bit. Probably after the scene. I think we'll probably call it. Especially if I'm going to stream tomorrow too. So again, I will be streaming tomorrow at some point after the BB Can finale. Again, well, the finale ends at 10, right? So I would say probably like 11:30, 12 is probably when I'll probably go live. I have to make sure his script's done. Because I'm going to have to record all that on Friday. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But still, 10 on streaming tomorrow. And yeah, I'll just stream on Sunday and beyond that, like normal.
Got everything you need?
Yeah. This place is like a resort. Check it out, Javi. Noodles in a cup.
Yeah, we're also going to be busy with a lot of reality TV stuff soon, which is going to be fun. I'm also going to be busy at work for the next couple weeks, right before I have that 1 week vacation. So that's going to be fun, obviously. Really, these next couple weeks for me are like super fucking busy, which I'm not looking forward to, but whatever. Especially because like this is a more relaxed week for me. Like I don't have that much going on right now. But again, definitely will. Moving forward.
Come on.
Anyway, Micronesia was All-Star. You wish in a way, but Micronesia was All-Stars. Micronesia was supposed to be All-Stars. That's what they had originally cast it for. Was that the intention was for it to be All-Stars 2, but then they couldn't get, like, the Yules, and they couldn't get, like, Tom, and some of these, like, bigger names. They were like, screw it, let's just make it half All-Stars.
I'm fine. I just needed to talk to you, alone.
And the sense that I get is that I don't think Nate was in consideration even at that point to come back, which is a shame. But, I've never heard of Nate being in consideration to come back. So I assume that he wasn't called there. Where, like, there's a lot of people from the Micronesia casting that we know, like, were deep into casting. Like, people like a Kobe, like, even Janu was someone that was supposed to be on it for some reason. Who else was there? Actually, who else was there? I mean, I'm sure I can look it up real quick.
This place. It's a cage.
Yeah, like, I know a lot of people said no, though, that they wanted, which was the issue.
It's going to get bad if we stay.
God damn, I missed the button anyway. But whatever. Oh, Terry was another one. He was in consideration. Shane Powers also.
Please don't leave me alone for too long.
Feeling better? How you doing, sweetheart?
Actually, who did I put on my... I'm a fucking idiot. I did a fucking video about it. Yeah, essentially who was on my... Whoever was on my video were people that were in consideration. Oh, yeah, Sandra was one. Yeah, and Twyla.
Doesn't seem normal.
I generally don't remember this video at all at this point, though.
It's nothing to be alarmed about. Pain often comes...
The what ifs for Micronesia was All-Stars.
I'll give you something to take the edge off, in case he comes back.
Rory would have been great. I don't know if he was, like, that top of mind for them at that point, though. Because, again, he's one that also gets, like, unlucky in the time that he played.
How did you find someone with skills like these? Wound like this...
Okay, who do I have?
Whoever did this...
Okay, Daniel De Lorenzo was, someone... PG said no, if I remember right.
She's here? We should let her out. I'll vouch for her.
Twyla. Yeah, and that's pretty much the group.
I want to meet this Eleanor. I'm sure she'll...
Yeah, Shane is, like, there's a lot of, like, conflicting reports on who exactly got the spot, but, I believe there's more credence to put into Shane was, yeah, the person that got swapped out for Russell.
Send my apologies, David. I won't be able to make it.
But I know Penner has claimed that he was also in consideration for Heroes vs. Villains. Then I feel like the Shane story makes a lot more sense. I still can't believe they didn't use Natalie Bolton. But then again, I mean, I do get it because obviously, like, it was because too many Micronesia people. But it is a shame though that like Daniel De Lorenzo ends up on the cast over Natalie Bolton. Might be unpopular opinion, but you want Missy to be on next season. I wouldn't be opposed to it from, like, again, like, I think Missy is someone that is, like, a hyper-strategic player, and, I think was, like, an interesting figure to be on the season. Like, by the way, we're probably going to end here. Actually, I just was, why the fuck did I just close? I didn't even need to close it, because, like, I'm literally, like, probably not going to play anything in the next 24 hours. So if I'm streaming tomorrow, like, I didn't need to end it, like, need to close the thing, whatever. Yeah, I would have probably replaced Randy with Shane personally too. Like, I just don't think Randy had much potential there. Like, I get why he's cast, obviously, because, like, at that point, especially, like, so close to Gabon, like, he is this big villain for the show. But it's like, yeah, I mean, he had no potential there. Like, I definitely feel like there could have been better choices, but I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, we're gonna end here. I'm not gonna do what I did fucking last week and stayed up to 4 o'clock in the morning when I had to go to work earlier the next day. But yeah, again, we'll be back to tomorrow night, immediately after BB Can. That should be interesting. I mean, more than likely, it'll actually, I don't know. Is it going to be a Josh win at this point? I guess we'll have to see. Yeah, either way, it'll be an interesting result. I mean, if Kevin wins, obviously we're going to have one of the best winners ever. If Josh wins, then it's fine. If Betty wins, it's a train wreck. So either way, should be fun. So obviously we got that, and yeah. I guess we'll see you guys tomorrow. So yeah, thank you for watching.